All right. Welcome, everyone. It is Tuesday, December 2nd, 2025. If you are here joining us in City Hall or via digital media across the globe, we're glad to have you with us. We're here for the monthly voting meeting of the Athens-Clarke County Mayor and Commission. We're going to begin by having the clerk do a roll call.
Here.
Link.
Here.
Taylor. Here. White.
Present.
Fisher.
Here.
Johnson.
Here.
Culpepper.
Here.
Myers.
Here.
Thornton.
Here.
Hamby.
Here.
We have a quorum.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right. I'll begin by noting our civility pledge provided to us by the Georgia Municipal Association. And we have embraced that the way we govern ourselves is often as important as the positions we take, that our collective decisions will be better when differing views have had the opportunity to be fully vetted and considered, that all people have the right to be treated with respect, courtesy, and openness, that we value all input and commit to conduct ourselves at all times with civility and courtesy to each other in this room. First formal item of business tonight is approval of the minutes of meetings of Tuesday, November 4th, Tuesday, November 18th, of which there were two meetings, and non-voting meetings of Tuesday, November 12th, and Tuesday, November 18th. Can I hear a motion for approval of those minutes?
Second.
All right, I have a motion from Commissioner Taylor and a second from Commissioner Myers. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Same sign. Hearing none, motion carries. Madam Clerk, do we have any written communications this evening? All right, thank you. All right, we are going to have many opportunities for public input tonight. We're going to have an opportunity on the consent agenda. We're going to have an opportunity on each of the several planning and zoning items. We're going to have an opportunity on old and new business, and then we'll have an opportunity for public comment on any item that was not on tonight's agenda at the conclusion of the meeting tonight. Terms of public input, with the exception of two pieces of input on planning and zoning, call for a 3-minute opportunity on each occasion. You see a light in front of the clerk. It will turn green when you begin speaking and give us your name and place of residence. It will turn yellow when you have 30 seconds left, and then it will turn red when that 3 minutes is ended, and we'll thank you for your time with us tonight. If there's an opportunity when there are many folks wishing to speak on the same item, you can go ahead and line up at the podium. That way we can kind of move expeditiously through public comment. So first opportunity for public comment tonight is on our consent agenda, and these were items that at the prior meeting were determined to be handled with a single vote. And currently, the consent agenda items are 1 through 11. Is there any member of the public tonight who would like to speak to any of those items 1 through 11? Approach the podium. Again, just provide your name and place of residence, and then your 3 minutes will begin.
Yes, my name's Jamie Hillmeyer. I live at 250 Pendleton Drive, and just wanted to talk about this multi-use project. So I believe the proposed multifamily development in Homewood Hills, if approved, will create a major traffic issue.
Sir, just so you know, number 8 is a multi-use path. It's a path that people walk
I'm
and bike
sorry.
on. And so
Am I talking about the wrong one?
Yes, but
Sorry.
in mere minutes, we will be back there.
My bad.
So hang tight. We're going to hook you up. You will not be disappointed. All right. Would anyone like to speak to 1 through 11, including the multi-use path if you are a biker or walker? All right. Is there any commissioner who would like to remove an item from consent for later discussion by the body? All right, seeing none, I believe we have some ordinances, so I'm going to turn to Attorney Drake to read the ordinances that are part of the consent agenda.
We have an ordinance for number 1, an ordinance to amend the FY 2026 operating and capital budget for Athens-Clarke County, Georgia, so as to provide grant funding if awarded from the Georgia Criminal Justice Coordinating Council's Byrne Justice Assistance existing local project grant program for the continuation of 4 police department investigator positions directly supporting the efforts of the Northeast Georgia Regional Drug Task Force and for other purposes.
All right. Do I hear a motion from a member of the body for approval of the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
All right. I have a motion from Commissioner Fisher, and I have a second from Commissioner Taylor. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, hearing none, motion carries. All right, we are now moving on to those planning and zoning items that are hotly anticipated, beginning with item number 13. I do have one individual who has signed up for the 10 minutes, which somebody had to do in advance. So I'm going to begin by calling up Chase Zech for item number 13.
Good morning, or it's evening now, it's not morning, apologies. My name's Chase Zech, 330 Research Drive. I work for Armentrout, Matheny, Thurmond, and we're here tonight representing Connection Church, Athens. The request before this body is to rezone 30 acres that front Charlie Bolton Road from AR to CR for the sole purpose of constructing a church. I want to thank everybody for the time and effort and attention to detail that's been invested in this project to get us to this voting session tonight. Churches in Athens-Clarke County zoning are a difficult use to place. The request before you, simply put, is a zoning change with restrictive conditions that will allow a church to be the church used by right. CR conforms to the future land use map and comprehensive plan for the area, and I believe the planning staff and planning commission have done an excellent job in sculpting this request to perfectly fit the church use. The action has been given approval by planning staff and approval with 3 conditions by the planning commission. Just some background on the project. The current parcel at 255 Smithonia Road is actually 72 acres. That's proposed to be divided into 30. And we're proposing to split that 30 into 2 tracts, a 20-acre tract and a 10-acre tract. The subdivision plat is currently under review with the planning department. We received some minor comments. That's being corrected now. Tract 3 is closest to the city of Winterville, and Tract 4 is furthest away, being the 10 acres. Public water is available, and the capacity request has been approved by the utilities department, and a septic system has been preliminarily reviewed by the health department and is within acceptable ranges for the area. So Connection Church Athens currently meets in the Winterville Auditorium, and they have rented that space for Sunday mornings and the occasional event, such as a single Good Friday service, for about 5 years. They've started this process looking for a permanent home for about a year now and have settled on this tract of land, just right up the road from where they currently meet. Since the agenda-setting meeting in mid-November, AMT, in partnership with the church, have developed concept site plans and architectural elevations for the proposed development. These plans have been shared with our commissioner and the residents located around the property, and I believe you all should have received a printed copy as well for review during the evening. These plans are developed to address concerns that were voiced through the input process, and I believe they've been received well by everybody who's reviewed them. I would like to discuss just a couple of these items in a little more detail before my time is over tonight. The first concern that was mentioned is the project is going to be too big for the neighborhood, thus detracting from the rural character of Charlie Bolton Road. There were some photos that were provided to this body at the agenda-setting meeting by the residents. These photos were of other churches in the Connection network. At the time, these were the only visuals that could be referenced for what this church may be, as the concept plans for Connection Athens were not finished yet. These other churches shown are much larger than what Connection Church Athens proposes and are more modern and warehouse feel than desired for this project. Connection Church Athens is part of a network of churches, but each church is individually governed and independent from each other. The Athens project is completely separate from other churches. That means the proposed church will be completely separate from the others as well. That includes design team, building committee, funding sources. And when looking across the network, there are churches that are much smaller as well. Some churches have less than 100 people in them across the network. The Planning Commission agreed with this idea that the project could get too big if the rezone was allowed just straight. So they placed a condition that coverage shall not exceed 20% on the site. That's a reduction of the allowed 35%. The existing zoning of AR does allow 10% of non-agricultural buildings, but if those buildings are intended for agricultural uses, storage, things like that, then there actually are no limits for coverage. The church is proposing 2 solutions to this concern. The first is that the construction be limited to only Tract 3. That's the 20-acre tract located nearest to Winterville. The 10-acre tract, called Tract 4 in the plat and the attached plans, shall be kept in conservation and undeveloped. The church is proposing to purchase and maintain the whole 30 acres because that is the amount of land the seller was willing to sell. The second solution is to reduce the overall size of the project. This concept site plan shows 13.54% coverage on only the 20 acres. That is all in building, driveway, parking, all impervious surfaces. If you consider the full 30, then that actually gets us down to about 9%, which would be below the allowed coverage for AR. So the church is not proposing anything bigger than what could be allowed in the current zoning to stick with the rural feel. The building architecture is also dramatically different from those churches shown at the agenda-setting meeting. The elevations shown are a shorter building, being about 1.5 stories, with gabled roofs and exposed timber. The exact color palette is to be determined, but will be on the lighter side, likely warm whites, grays, with the smallest amount of accent colors. The siding and exposed stone will be selected to match the local elements of the site, and maybe local granite or river rock. The second concern we heard was that this project is located in the green belt of Athens. Would this project detract from the sanctuary or natural feel of the area? We believe that it will actually restore some of the rural character while improving habitat for wildlife. As part of the rezone, the minimum tree canopy coverage requirement increases from 0% in AR to 60% in CR, which is the requested zone. This means that the project will be required to plant about 5.22 acres of trees. If the large canopy trees are selected, that would mean about 143 trees would be planted. Since we want a diversity in large, medium, and small canopy, that'll actually probably be more like 200 trees to reach that canopy. These would be trees such as native trees such as birch trees, winged elms, tulip and yellow poplars, which the pollinators love, oak trees for the deer and squirrels, maple trees for some color. And we're proposing some of the trees actually be more of like foraging trees, honey locust and persimmon type trees. The goal is to create a top-to-bottom sanctuary for the insects, birds, and all creatures in the planting. The proposed canopy will add to the existing 6.68 acres for a total of about 12 acres of trees on tract 3. That leaves only about 8 acres not covered by trees, significantly increasing the canopy coverage. On the concept site plans, the canopy is located in 2 primary areas. The first being a double row of street trees to help screen the building from Charlie Bolton Road. The second is about a 70-foot wide planting strip along the northern property line between the 10 and 20 acres. This creates not only a natural conserved buffer of 10 acres, but also a dense visual screening between the church and the neighbors to the north. These trees shall be selected from the Athens-Clarke County tree species list with a focus on diverse and native species installation. I consulted with the Athens-Clarke County Community Forester about what should be included in this planting of 5.22 acres. If he could dream up a perfect planting scenario, what would he propose? And he provided several ideas for tree species selection, some mentioned earlier, diversity and general guidance on how to create a complete ecosystem in these plantings. The church intends to seek further advice from the forester when it's time to develop the complete tree management plan. So this project will increase the haven for wildlife and be good for the pollinators as well. This will all be done as a requirement to the CR zoning. The final concern that we heard was that this may just be the first parcel in the creation of a new commercial area in this part of the county. I understand the concerns that if one parcel is zoned to commercial, then others around may want to follow suit. It may appear to be a lucrative course of action if they can sell as commercial rather than AR. I firmly believe that the planning staff and planning commission would not support actions the same as they have supported this one for the church. The planning commission has limited the use as a part of the condition to only church. The rezone is not just for any commercial rural application, a Dollar General, self-storage, a data center. The church can't sell to somebody else who doesn't intend to be a church use. So through all the conditions and limitations placed on this rezone, the approval of this action is only an approval for the construction of a church. Nothing else is allowed to even be considered. Supporting this rezone does not invite the next commercial node to this area. It supports the sole use of a church finding a home. The final condition placed on the rezone by the Planning Commission further protects the rural feel of the neighborhood. The condition is that the lighting standards for agricultural residential zone be applied to the subject area. This reduces the allowable light intensity to lower levels than commercial zones, and this will essentially eliminate any light pollution concerns from the development. I believe that this request has been perfectly crafted and refined by this process through the planning staff, planning commission, and then here tonight to serve Connection Church Athens and Clarke County as a whole. In conclusion, I kindly request tonight that you agree with the planning staff and the planning commission in motion to approve this rezone so that a church and only a church can create a permanent place in this community, a sanctuary both inside and out. Thank you for your time and attention tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Zech. Is there anyone else here to speak to item number 13, 255 Smithonia Road? And you can approach the podium. If anybody else is here, just line up behind it.
McCartan here.
Yes.
My name is Roger Hilton. I'm a resident at 801 Charlie Bolton Road, directly across from this proposed development and rezoned area. So firstly, I wanted to say good evening, Mayor Gertz, commissioners. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to weigh in on our concerns on this rezoning on the 30-acre parcel. This rezoning proposal, if approved, would change this parcel from AR to CR. Under AR, density is permitted at one house, 10 acres. If it were rezoned to CR, it could potentially add up to 650 people to this property with the church as designed. At the current zoning, AR, one house, 10 acres, that's 3 houses. The average household size in the U.S. is 2.5 people. So we would be introducing less than 10 people onto this property, as opposed to 650 people that this church will be bringing. If we assume 2 cars per household with 6 houses, that's 6 cars, as opposed to the potential 200 cars that are proposed in this design for the church. It's already on paper, 200 cars. So I'd like to pose a question to the committee. Does changing the zoning of this property serve the Athens-Clarke County community? So if we say yes, we would expect that this facility, the large church, it would support and host members of the ACC community. If this is true, what this would mean is we're bringing potentially more than 600 people, 200 cars from Athens out to the very, very edge of the county. There are already several churches in Winterville. This doesn't serve Winterville. Winterville has 1,200 people, not 650 people. There are churches already in Winterville that serve the community. So people coming from Athens go through Winterville to the very edge of the county to go to this facility. People going from a city center to the edge of the county is by definition sprawl. The worst kind of sprawl, which I hope in this green belt, which I hope is the goal of the commission to avoid sprawl in the county. Because of this, to avoid the proliferation of sprawl, please vote no on the proposal to rezone. But if, on the other hand, we assume the residents of Athens-Clarke County will not be attending this church, they'd be coming from other counties, the decision to alter the zoning to allow this type of development does not serve the ACC community. In fact, an example of the community that this church might serve, we went around and looked at the church where it is now and looked at the tags for the cars. Only 3 were Athens-Clarke County, from about 50 in the parking lot. When we went to neighboring churches in Winterville, almost all the tags were Athens-Clarke County tags. So this church, as
Thank
it
you,
is
Mr.
now-
Hilton. I appreciate your time with us tonight.
Thank you all for your time and attention.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Annie Cheatham. I live at 801 Charlie Bolton Road. You guys heard from me 2 weeks ago, so I don't want to repeat too much of what I said. I believe the rezone request should be denied for many reasons, 3 of which it isn't right for Charlie Bolton Road. If you happen to drive out there, if you were on the road, you just know it wasn't right for it. It doesn't fit with the vision of Winterville, and it sets a bad precedent with the green belt, not just destroying what's already on the property. It is a cow field now, so it sounds great to add trees, but what you're doing is all of the surrounding parcels are going to be looked at, and I do think it will set a precedent. But Winterville Mayor Dodd Farrell has his own commissioners meeting tonight, but sent this for me to read at the meeting. Thank you in advance for your consideration of my comments and concerns. I am writing you today to voice my opposition of the rezone before you. We have worked hard as a city over the last 10 years to create a destination that uses the city's existing structures, feel, and charm. Even though this parcel is largely outside the city limits, it would most definitely impact what we have created and what we continue to vision regarding developments in and around the city of Winterville. Changing the look and feel of an area with a single development is not sound strategy for the county and definitely works against what we were doing in Winterville City. Thank you and happy holidays. Sincerely, Mayor Farrell. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cheatham. Is there anyone else here to speak to item 13 tonight?
Good evening. My name is Liam Hardy of 371 North Church Street in Winterville. I'm the pastor of Connection Church Athens. Connection Church planted in Winterville in January of 2021, so next month marks our 5-year anniversary as a church. And for the entire life of our church, we have rented from Marigold Auditorium and Winterville Community Center. We love Winterville, and we've seen an enormous response from the community, which has affirmed that we needed a church in this part of the community. And we've been blessed to just call the spot home for 5 years, but being a set up and tear down church has its limitations and its challenges. I led a funeral the day before Thanksgiving for one of our congregants, and I'm so thankful for being able to rent this facility, but I had to ask permission before I could tell the family if we could have the funeral at that time. Just one of the limitations of renting a building. We are not a mega church. In the church world, 2,000 people is the threshold for a mega church. We're a small church. We have an attendance of about 250 people, not 650. And the church that was shown in your packets from Statesboro is a mega church in our network by that threshold. It is not our intention to copy that church or to build a church that size. We can't afford that. That church congregation is 10 times our size, and this project would be funded directly from our congregation. We do not receive financial support from other churches, and we are committed as a network to planting autonomous churches which reflect the character and makeup of our communities. I've learned a lot about zoning and special use and things in that. I've learned a church is a very hard place to kind of put in zoning regulations. We're not agricultural. We don't plant crops. We don't raise cattle, but we're not commercial either. We're a house of worship, we're a congregation of faith, and we're a nonprofit that serves the community. And we are already in Winterville. We've been there for 5 years. While we are not agricultural and we're not commercial, I do believe churches belong in the rural. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hardy. Is that everyone with item 13? All right, we'll come for commission discussion, and I'll turn to Commissioner Taylor to make a motion regarding this item since this is in District 3.
Yes. I'm going to be making a motion to deny the rezone. I think the residents in this area has spoken to this enough. I appreciate the engineering firm for their due diligence and for reaching out, as well as the edited version, but listening to the residents as well as Mayor Dodds, I think that this would be a not a good fit. So,
There's a motion to deny on the floor. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, I've got a second from Commissioner Wright. Commissioner Wright, any follow-up remarks?
No.
Others from members of the body? All right, I'll ask Attorney Drake to read the ordinance for us.
An ordinance to amend the Code of Athens-Clarke County, Georgia with respect to rezoning a parcel of land comprising approximately 30 acres of a 71.544 acre tract located at 255 Smithonia Road from AR agricultural residential with conditions to CR commercial rule and for other purposes.
All right, thank you, Attorney Drake. All right, motion to deny from Commissioner Taylor, second from Commissioner Wright. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any on the other side? All right, hearing none, motion carries. All right, we're going to move to item number 14. 14 regards 2415 Jefferson Road, and I do have somebody signed up for the 10 minutes for this item as well, so I'm going to call Jack Murphy to the podium to begin our comment.
Hello again, everybody. I'm Jack Murphy. I'm with Carter. Thank you for having us back tonight to discuss the Homewood Village redevelopment. At the agenda-setting meeting, we walked through the revised plan that was shaped by community feedback and staff input, how we addressed scale and transition, our approach to activating the ground floor, the stormwater upgrades and significant increase in tree canopy, and the key design moves, adding townhomes as a visual buffer, reducing and shifting the northern apartment massing to the south, and introducing a modest amount of ground floor retail with a public plaza and amphitheater. We also noted the level of neighborhood support, more than 40 signed petitions, as well as a number of personalized letters sent to the commissioners. Tonight, we want to go a little bit deeper on a few of the items that were brought up last time. So first, the amphitheater. It's not a concert venue, so there's no stage, there's no roof, there's no power for amplified shows. Think of it more as like a tiered green space. So flat green terraces that would work for picnic, relaxing, reading, letting the kids run around. Programming from us would be light and low impact, so fitness or yoga classes, an occasional movie night, maybe an acoustic guitarist, but certainly nothing that would create any noise issues for nearby neighborhoods or residents. The next piece, so phasing, heard a little bit about that last time. So the way we would describe it is phase one has kind of two sub-phases. Phase 1A includes relocating La Paria to the vacant 5,000 square foot building on the north side of the site, decommissioning the current Chevron gas station, renovating that building, and releasing it to a similar sit-down or fast casual restaurant, milling, overlaying, and restriping the entire parking field, adding tree wells to that parking field, repairing and repainting the facades that are to remain, and updating existing tenant signage, and then improving and releasing about 12,000 square feet of the existing retail. These improvements alone are going to make a huge difference to the center's image and the experience of customers, and this we would expect to begin kind of late 2026 and be complete by early 2027. Then we would start phase 1B, which includes demolishing the retail sections that are not remaining, constructing the two new apartment buildings, the townhomes, the ground floor retail, patios, plaza, amphitheater, etc. So we expect that to be complete around mid-2028. Regarding phase 2, so there are 6 existing tenants with control of their space through various dates, 2030, 2032, 2034, 2037. We also have a Georgia Power easement that runs over about 2 acres of the site and kind of cuts almost directly through the site. We know that some of these tenants may or may not use all of their future options, and apparently Georgia Power no longer needs these lines and is planning to relocate them. But we don't have a firm grasp of when this phase 2 land is going to be fully unencumbered. So because of that, we really can't responsibly lock in building locations, sizes, uses, elevations today when we just don't know where we're going to be, 5 or 10 years from now. So when we are ready to advance with phase 2, we will return through this same process, a PD modification, to propose whatever phase 2 development we believe is right for the community. And at that time, community, staff, planning commission, everybody will have time to comment and review that again. So really, it actually is putting a lot of control as far as what happens into phase 2 with the community. Regarding community, there are a few kind of recurring questions that we wanted to touch on. On building heights and kind of transitions, we implemented the townhome buffer along the western edge, as we mentioned, reduced and shifted the northern building to step down towards the neighborhood. We did all of this, despite being our building heights being within the current code, but we wanted to try to address neighborhood comments as best we could. It's also important to note the grade drops steeply from Homewood Drive down to where the buildings are. So from Homewood Drive, the topography makes the buildings read more like 3 or maybe 4-story. And then if you're on Magnolia Blossom, the apartments will either be completely blocked by the townhomes, or if you were on either side of the townhomes, they would kind of feel to have the same scale as the 3-story townhomes due to the fact that they're set further back. A couple questions we've gotten on our commitment to phase 2. So sometimes we do act as merchant developers, but on more of our kind of complex mixed-use projects, we take a long-term view. So Homewood Village clearly fits the long-term category. We love the location. We believe it's only going to get better as Athens continues to grow. And candidly, the phase 1 economics are a little bit thin on their own, and the returns we're underwriting kind of require us to unlock that value of phase 2. So we're incentivized to stay and make sure that phase 2 happens. On traffic, we acknowledge there will be more people living at the site than currently living there today, but residents are not going to come and go at the same time. So we commissioned a third-party traffic study to project out when these trips would happen over the course of a day. And the findings were that the apartments would have a minimal increase in trips and a no more than 2-second delay added in any direction the traffic flows. Transportation and Public Works have reviewed that traffic study and approved the findings and recommendations of it. Last one on parking. So While we are improving pedestrian and bike access and adding a centrally located transit stop, we recognize that most visitors are probably still going to drive. But rather than overbuilding two separate lots that sit empty half the time, we applied the ULI shared parking guidance so that the daytime retail demand and nighttime residential demand will use the spaces efficiently. And the last comment on parking, we wanted to just clarify, there was a staff note about conflicting information and, an off-limit parking area being used as shared parking. But I think there's just a little bit of confusion there. So there is a parking field that must remain as part of one of our existing leases, but it is not an exclusive right to park there. So we can't get rid of it, but that doesn't mean we can't use it as shared parking and overflow parking, especially at night when the store is closed. So, just want to clarify, there's no kind of conflicting info there, just maybe a little bit of confusion of how it was written. So that is kind of everything we wanted to talk about. Happy to answer any questions. And again, just appreciate all your time and thank you guys for everything you've done so far.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. If other folks in the chamber tonight would like to speak to number 14, if you just line up the podium. Good evening. Told you it wouldn't be long.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm Jamie Hillmeyer. I live at 250 Pendleton Drive in the Homewood Hills neighborhood, and I have some comments here. So I believe the proposed multifamily development in Homewood Hills, if approved, will create a major traffic issue unless there can be alternative access points both in and out. There's over 250 homes in the neighborhood that are traveled by probably over 1,000 vehicles daily. And if Jefferson Road only has one access point for both in and out traffic, when you add 500 additional vehicles to it, it's going to create a major traffic issue for Homewood Hills and other developments in the immediate vicinity. Also, afternoon traffic could face major issues. Residents in Homewood Hills using Loop 10 West will be required to exit onto Jefferson Road, then cross 2 lanes of through traffic to access the turn lane for Homewood Drive. This intersection is not built to handle an additional 500 cars per day. The proposed development will only add more congestion and be more dangerous for residents. Lastly, another concern is the property values, and the traffic congestion could affect that. So just wanted to make those comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hillmeyer. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Keith Hubbard. I live at 125 North Homewood. And I'd like to acknowledge and respect your comments tonight. I'm an architect. I appreciate all the work you've done. I am not anti-development. However, I have significant concerns about this development and the impact on the neighborhood that I now call home. That intersection is a tough intersection. This is a tough piece of property to get in and out of. There's 3 ingress access points to this property. One is absolutely a right turn only onto Prince out of the property, so that's limited ability. Primary entrance is immediately adjacent to the intersection on South Homewood. South Homewood has 3 traffic lanes. Obviously, the westmost lane is the drive into South Homewood. Rightmost lane is right turn only onto Prince. The middle lane is 2 left turn queue spaces to turn onto Jefferson, transitions by striping into a 2 car length queue to turn into the development. And this development does not propose any revisions or modifications or improvements to this condition. In the previous meeting, it was pointed out that, well, people could drive further down South Homewood. Well, they can. But if they do, they're turning into that existing entrance into the site that, per their redesigned development, would take the intended commercial traffic down into the dedicated residential area to drive through, which I question is a good decision. So I really think the circulation into and out of this site is problematic at best. I am deeply concerned about the traffic as a byproduct of that in my neighborhood. There is already people who cut through the neighborhood to avoid the congestion on Jefferson/Prince. With the difficulties of getting in and out of this property, that's got to increase. I would love to have had a chance to see that traffic study. Common sense tells me I question the numbers that they're saying of such limited impact. I can imagine with the heavy traffic on Jefferson every morning backed up, coming in, forcing people to go, I'm going to cut through here. And that takes them right down my street every day. Our neighborhood is quiet. People walk, they stroll babies, they walk dogs. It's curvy, it's heavily vegetated, sight lines are not real good. I'm seriously concerned about the impact and the safety of the community. And it would deeply, deeply impact the quality of this beautiful little neighborhood that I now call home. Quickly, I'm running out of time. I question.
Thank you, Mr. Hubbard. I appreciate your time
I'm
tonight.
sorry. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Carol Hubbard, the other Hubbard at 125 North Homewood. I'm considerably shorter. Sorry, y'all, that's how our relationship is. I am asking you to please vote against a project that, as you have heard, is 50% unknown. The unknown Phase 2 means that once Phase 1 is started, my commissioners, you're going to be plowed over. They're going to come to you with options that you will not be able to vote against, because it will be 5-6 years down the road, and many of you will be in different positions, different roles, and you will not, they will not, or if you're still here, will not be hearing the same concerns from my neighbors. Please don't be steamrolled by voting for the unknown. It's easy to come and say, this is going to be great. That's nothing but hot air until we actually see the plans. Please be concerned as if this was your neighborhood, as if these were your grandkids running around, this was your dogs running in the street, this was your friends exercising and walking. I'm scared of the unknown because that Phase 2 is not detailed enough for you to vote for it. Thanks, y'all.
Thank you, Dr. Hubbard. Good evening.
Hi, I'm Burtis Downs. I live at 738 Cobb. I'm very familiar with the site. First of all, I'm glad to see all of y'all. I'm also really glad I'm on this side of the rail, not yours. I look at this a couple different ways. One, I have a lot of empathy, and I live on a cut-through street too, and I have issues of encroachment right near our property, our neighborhood, our strollers and kids and bikes and dogs. So I understand those issues and the effect that a particular piece of property is going to have on a that's probably not the right word, but the system, the area right around it. And so that's a big concern. I wouldn't know how to read a traffic study personally, and I sometimes am pretty skeptical of them. When I hear, it wouldn't be a big deal on traffic, and common sense, as you said, might tell you otherwise. But I do also think there's something to the argument that residents don't all come and go at the same time, and commercial doesn't all come and go at the same time. I'm familiar with the intersection between doctors and shopping there, dining at La Paria and some of the other places over the years. But I guess the thing I want to say about why I would support this, I think there's an argument for supporting it, is twofold. One, this is being done by a developer who, everything I've read about him and know about him in Atlanta, especially from people who actually are involved in the Summerhill development in Atlanta, which was a very controversial development, have sung their praises. Two, what's there now? I've heard it described as an eyesore. I don't know if it's an eyesore. I don't exactly know what the definition is, but it's a tough site. It's got the slope going the wrong way. And I think that what's there now is not really, I guess it's sustainable as like a low-rent shopping center. That I guess the rents are cheap, so maybe that's good. But I just don't really think that the use right now is the highest and best use of the property. I think that communities do have needs for housing that's relatively accessible with public transportation, with this location. So on balance, I'm worried about the traffic too on behalf of the neighbors, but assuming that there can be a solution to that, I have to think that the developers know what they're doing, and I would vote for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Downs. Good evening.
Hello, my name is Georgiana Ingram. I live at 160 Honeycutt Drive. I wanted to speak in favor of the Homewood Village development. Even though these plans are never going to be perfect and make everybody happy, I do believe these plans are as good as we're going to get for that piece of property. These are high-end apartments. The plans they have are for high-end retail. These developers have asked for feedback. They have listened to our feedback, and they have made changes based on that feedback. My concern is that if this development is not approved, no other high-end developer is going to come in and look at this piece of property, and then my concern is what we're going to get at that point. My concern is that we get lower-end apartments that take up the entire space, and that is a real concern, I think, for everyone in the neighborhood if you're talking about values, home values. I understand the concerns about traffic. We have a major traffic problem in this neighborhood already. We are a cut-through ways of sending people through every day. Speed is a concern. We have had numerous meetings in the neighborhood and with our commissioner about the speed problems in this neighborhood. This traffic is going to be a problem with whatever's in that parking lot until you, the county, help us with the traffic problem that we already have. I don't believe this is going to make the traffic substantially worse than it already is. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ingram. Good evening.
Hello. My name is Ken Blimerick. I live at 1146 Town Square Lane, Athens, Georgia. I'm the owner of AKF Athens Martial Arts, which has been in the Homewood Shopping Center since 2019. And as one of the current tenants, I want to express how very excited and enthusiastic I am about this redevelopment. As everyone here knows, I believe Homewood is badly in need of an upgrade. The proposed improvements and additional housing will absolutely result in a revitalization of the area that is long overdue. And it's my thought that this project will be a huge boon to the community. I urge the mayor and commissioners in the strongest possible terms to approve this redevelopment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Blumerick. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Brett Deloach. My wife and I live at 130 Sharon Circle, as well as my in-laws that also live in the Homewood Hills neighborhood. We are all impacted by what happens at this site and care deeply about the character, safety, and long-term health of our neighborhood. What is before you is more than a rezoning request. It is a chance to transform one of Athens' most persistently underperforming commercial sites into something productive, safe, and reflective of where our community is headed. Homewood Village has struggled for years with deep vacancies, low visibility, and aging infrastructure. The rear of the center in particular has become a place of inactivity, lost opportunity, and declining economic value. This project offers a real, tangible asset. It introduces thoughtfully scaled housing, neighborhoods serving retail, new public spaces, and meaningful pedestrian connections, all while respecting the surrounding neighborhoods and stepping down intensity at the edges. The townhomes, the plazas, the streetscape improvements, and the new Main Street corridor are not speculative ideas, they are binding commitments. They bring life, lighting, safety, and year-round activation to a part of Athens that has long needed reinvestment. We also know redevelopment rarely happens in perfect conditions. This site has topographic challenges, access constraints, legacy leases, and utility limitations that can easily discourage investment. Instead, the applicant has worked with those constraints, incorporated community feedback, added conditions recommended by your planning commission, and created a plan that is achievable, not theoretical. If we wait for a proposal that solves every challenge at once, we might be waiting another decade. This project is a responsible, phased approach that gets real improvements underway while laying the foundation for the long-term town center vision we all want to see on this corridor. Approving this redevelopment does not just upgrade a shopping center, it creates housing close to major employment centers, strengthens existing retailers, improves safety, and brings new vibrancy to an aging gateway corridor. Mayor and Commissioners, this is the right project at the right place at the right time. I respectfully ask for your support and move it forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Deloach. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Grace Tushak, 146 South Homewood Drive. I've been the main point of contact with the development team for this project, and I organized the petition found in your packets. We received 177 signatures on that petition over the summer. And I'm here speaking against this proposal primarily because a majority of the concerns from the petition have still not been addressed in any significant way. So I do appreciate the development team's efforts to work with the neighborhood, and I'm happy with some of the changes they made during the process. I recognize this site is encumbered with many constraints. However, both as a neighbor and an urban planner, I think we need a project that's capable of really transforming this site into a pedestrian-friendly town center that draws on and serves the 300-plus households surrounding it. This proposal is offering a piecemeal approach and asking us to take the developer's word that they will come back and complete Phase 2, despite offering no binding site plan for it. Though I believe the project team does want to deliver that Phase 2 vision, there's just no guarantee, particularly if they're allowed to max out the residential density for the entire site during Phase 1. I don't think we're a neighborhood of NIMBYs. I think most of us are okay with introducing some multifamily housing, but many of us also feel that 5 stories is simply the wrong scale, and that 200-plus units will generate a lot of additional traffic and discourage biking and walking. I know additional traffic comes with the territory. It has to be tolerated in order to see redevelopment. But I ask that if we're going to tolerate that additional traffic, that this project will truly revitalize the site and provide us a place to gather with our friends and neighbors. Should the project be approved, I respectfully request inclusion of the provisions recommended by planning staff. If only 8.8 acres of the site are to be redeveloped under Phase 1, then it follows that Phase 1 should be limited to the number of units allowed on 8.8 acres. This would leave some residential capacity for Phase 2 and encourage a true use of mixes. If this is approved as proposed tonight, I expect we'll end up with a really odd-looking juxtaposition of a modern 5-story apartment complex sandwiched between some low-density cottages and single-story retail structures. This will remain that way for at least 10 to 15 years, if not for decades. So the question is, with no guarantee of a Phase 2, is this what we truly want for the next 30-plus years, potentially? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tushak. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Yes, so my name's Elizabeth Little, and I have lived at 170 North Homewood Drive for 20 years. I've seen all the changes in this. There was a grocery store when I moved in, and we all want it. I mean, it's been neglected basically the whole 20 years. I haven't seen any improvements. And we all want to see improvements, but this development just isn't real. It just doesn't fit the site, and I want to address a couple of my concerns. I have concerns about what has all been mentioned. I've had my car rear-ended trying to turn into North Homewood. It caused substantial damage off of 129. It's a raceway out there. But I do want to focus on a couple infrastructure issues. If you're going to zone for this density, you should make sure that there's infrastructure to begin with. And one of the problems is that the number one waiver that was on that staff report initially was lack of adequate sewage. They call it wet weather sewage. What does that mean? It means the pipes are compromised. And this is all through the Honeycutt area and other parts of the county. These are 65-year-old sewer lines running through the floodplains, and they get filled with water due to numerous compromises in there. And what happens when it rains, it bubbles out. I have one bubbling in my backyard, dumps sewage into my yard. But all along there, all the way down to Ben Burton Park, this sewer line has been notorious. 20 years of you-own data has shown after rains, there's very high levels. And you have people down there in Ben Burton Park in that stream without knowing what's going on. Anyway, I think putting this many rooms on this sewer line is a recipe for disaster. The public utility said, oh, they can bury a box to store sewage, unmonitored by the county. And how long is that going to last? I mean, who's going to monitor that? Is this really how we're solving building on antiquated sewer lines? And the other thing I want to mention, so I do recommend waiting until you have either reducing the scale or doing away with it. Also, stormwater, there's no 75-foot buffer on this plat. They're cutting and filling what looks like into the 75-foot buffer with more parking lots. The stormwater is a disaster all the way down. Where's the retention, detention that is required for such a big redevelopment? And so if you're going to redo this, do it right. Not just this piecemeal, stick everything there, jam it in, and, too many. So that means I got to go.
Thank you, Ms. Little.
All right, thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Chris Moore. I live at 260 Magnolia Blossom Way. My neighborhood is on that western side, but it's right up to this development. And I'm going to be real quick. I don't come here with the data, but I will say those out of the 3 yes votes you just heard, 2 of those folks don't live in my neighborhood. So I vote for tasteful redevelopment, but no vote for a 5-story residential building. And what I ask of you, I urge you to vote as if you lived in my space there. Thanks for the time.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Heather McElroy. I live at 228 Magnolia Blossom Way. As Chris just said, we are not opposed to redevelopment, but we think it should be smart redevelopment. This plan lacks vision, quite frankly. This is an apartment complex that's being built. They're not addressing the commercial stuff. They talk about legacy leases. Everything's negotiable. This property never hit the open real estate market. There were not competing bidders for it. If this is such a ripe area to be redeveloped, then put it on the market and see who can come up with the best thing. No one says that these are not good developers, but this plan is not good for our community. Please listen to all of the citizens who have voted y'all into this seat, who do not want it. We don't want 5 stories next to our community. We want you to listen to the staff. That's why we have staff who have great educations to implement the zoning codes that are in place. This doesn't even follow the future land use. This is an apartment complex only. The density is the biggest issue that we have. There are a lot of things that could be made better about this. Traffic will be absolutely horrendous. Please tell me that none of y'all believe that there will only be a 2-second delay if there are 358 additional bedrooms added to 8 acres with 1 red light. That is not common sense. And no, everyone won't be leaving and coming at the same time, but there's traffic throughout the day there already at different times of the day. But they're removing so much commercial space and replacing it with apartments, which we already have all over town. And they're not even 5-story apartments. The Holden at Oak Grove is 3 stories tall, and they have 40-plus vacancies right now. The flats at, across from Terrapin, West Clocks, those have vacancies right now. 100 Prince has vacancies right now. None of those are the height that this is recommended. This is insane to put 5 stories next to 2 subdivisions. Please, 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 as everyone has said, vote as if you live there. Vote as if your children, we want our children to be able to go up and enjoy this commercial complex. We don't want to have to walk through 2 apartment complexes to get to commercial stuff. They haven't listened to us. They have not made the improvements that we've requested. Instead, for Magnolia Blossom Way, they've ripped down the fence and canopy tree, and they want to add more townhomes that will directly impact our neighborhood. So I urge you to please vote no, as this is proposed. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. McElroy. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is John McElroy, and I live at 228 Magnolia Blossom Way. First of all, I'd like to say thank you
for your public service and dedication to serving our city. It does not go unnoticed, and you're greatly appreciated. I don't think you guys hear that enough, so thank you. Like you, I'm also a public servant for our community and have been for the past 23 years. I also serve as a board member for the Cottages at Homewood HOA, which is why I'm speaking here tonight. The Cottages at Homewood has 56 homes and is a neighborhood that will be the most impacted by this proposed redevelopment. I would humbly ask that you vote no. Athens deserves better than approving another luxury student housing development with not enough parking. The planning department staff recommendations got it right the 3 times the plan came before them, each time a little change and never changing the giant 5-story scale of the 2 buildings. They denied all 3 times on all variances. When the plan finally came up for vote, there were 2 members from the planning commission that could have changed the vote to a no, that were absent. You have the opportunity to listen to the people that this will directly impact and vote no. The developer and property manager have told you this shopping center is no longer viable and they can't find commercial tenants. They have told you the development plans are hindered by legacy leases. They have told you about our power line easement running diagonally across the property. They have told you that this is why they are cramming all of the allowed residential space for 16 acres entirely on the western edge of the property. We have been told this is the reality of the parcel. What they won't tell you is that they have strategically not leased space on purpose, and that the legacy leases that are hindering them are also self-imposed. They won't tell you that the power line on the list is due to be decommissioned. The reality is that this development could be improved drastically and should be cohesive with the county's master plan. It could be a true town center, and you all can make it that. The developer is asking you to use your imagination of what a non-binding Phase 2 or 3 could look like for approval of Phase 1. I would kindly ask you use your imagination of what this redevelopment could be if the legacy leases and power line easement were addressed by this developer or another one. As much as the neighborhood would like to see this parcel redeveloped, the plans presented are not what is best for the community. Thank you for your time, and please vote no.
Thank you, Mr. McElroy. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Adrian. I live at 1101 Spartan Lane, Athens. I'm one of the owners of Taqueria La Parrilla. Our family-owned restaurant has been in business for 26 years at the Homewood Village Shopping Center. Back in 1999, when we first opened our restaurant, Homewood Village was very busy, full of activity. There was a pharmacy, grocery store, social spots, multiple dining options. And unfortunately, over the years, all those businesses have either permanently closed or relocated somewhere else. When Winn-Dixie closed in 2005, we noticed a decline in traffic, and in the recent years, that decline has become even more severe and has put our business in jeopardy. We just don't know how to. We know that space needs attention. I do hear the concerns from the people that live in the neighborhoods, and they are our customers, so it's kind of a tough situation to be in the middle of our customers, our neighbors. In the same spot, I'm here today to express our full support for the proposed multi-use development of the shopping center. And the new plans, our restaurant will be moved to the front part of the shopping center, which we believe will tremendously help our business and also be able to give a better experience for our customers that are coming in to dine with us. We strongly believe this new concept will have a positive impact on our business and surrounding communities. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you for coming to us this evening. Good evening.
Hey, how are you? I am Brian Alston at 248 Prince Avenue. I grew up in Homewood Hills and lived in Mosside for 19 years. I'm here tonight to speak in favor of the proposed redevelopment. For decades, this shopping center has struggled to attract quality retail that survives in the far corner, the same area these new buildings will replace. This struggle is due to the lack of visibility from vehicular traffic, topography as it sits in a hole, and the distance from the primary entrances. We are fortunate to have an interested and qualified developer with a proven track record to come in and redevelop this center into a quality mixed-use development. This will remove the sea of parking and replace it with green space, amenity space for the neighbors, facade improvements to the existing retail, tree islands, parking lot lighting, landscaping, and proper stormwater detention. These improvements are designed to support the quality retail tenants currently in place and poise it to attract new retail tenants that the neighbors desire. As the developer plans to hold this property long-term, this PD is the first step towards a new Homewood, as they have further plans of improvements once the Georgia Power easement and some lease terms expire to continue to enhance this community. This redevelopment will poise this area of Athens for success in retail and residential and support our growing population along this corridor, partially spurred by the growth in our hospitals and medical campus. As a whole, well-designed, built, and maintained mixed-use developments such as this thrive in our town. This proposed project has a developer with one of the best track records in the Southeast behind it. They plan to hold this property as a long-term investment, and if approved, they are able to move forward. We will see a developer and the neighbors' interest in cultivating a successful future for Homewood aligned. This center has struggled since when Dixie moved out when I was in the 4th grade, when I used to ride my bike there, and that was quite some time ago. It is time to breathe a fresh life into this underserved retail area of our community and watch it flourish.
Thank you, Mr. Austin. Good evening.
Hi, I'm Colette Walsh. I live at 225 Magnolia Blossom Way. Enough people have talked about the traffic issue that I guess I won't use that one. We were really excited when we heard that someone was coming to renovate the shopping center. But then from the very first meeting, we saw that it wasn't renovating the shopping center. It was increasing traffic problems and building 2 5-story apartment buildings. The shops that stay won't get anything more than an exterior paint job, while the apartment dwellers get brand-new buildings, a swimming pool, a clubhouse, a gym, a coffee shop. We asked for shopping for us on the ground floor of the buildings. The developer said they can't do that because the shops won't get any visibility. Well, guess what? The cottages at Homewood can see the back of the building. All of Homewood Hills can see the back of the building. All of those college students driving around trying to find a parking space because there's not enough for all of the cars, they'll see the back of the building. If they put the right shops there, they would be able to make some money in them. But the ground floors, if they put them in the ground floors, it would be less apartments for them, and they wouldn't make as much money. If they came down with the parking spaces, if they came down with the residential ground level things, they wouldn't need the variances that they're asking for. But they're not interested in anything less than making money, and they don't really care about our traffic problem. I urge you to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Walsh. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Patrick Stanley. I'm at 185 Ashton Drive. So I think any project like this, right, multiple parties need to be able to benefit. The developer, the larger community, the neighborhood it goes in. We know the developer has a way to benefit, otherwise we wouldn't be here talking, right? It seems like there are some benefits to the city. But from the get-go, I've been a little bit hazy on what the benefits are to our neighborhood. As the process has moved forward, it seems there's not really an improvement to the retail growth that could be there that is talked about. There is the addition of traffic and people, which regardless to what studies say, will increase. How much? That's debatable, but it'll increase. The green space, it was an afterthought. And honestly, the green space plan that is there now is not one that I could see myself or my family using with any sort of regularity. It's not really accessible. I've heard that, this space is an eyesore in drastic need of redevelopment, and I agree with that 100%. I do. But I think the other side of that is many of us in this neighborhood see what is being proposed as an eyesore. So I have to ask, what is the difference between an eyesore in need of redevelopment and a redeveloped eyesore? The final thing is that I've heard that, this is the best we're going to get. Nothing better can come from it. But those same people are the ones who are telling us all that Jefferson corridor is exploding. It's booming right now. Everybody wants to build there. Everybody wants to develop there. If that is the case, someone else will want to develop this space. As was previously mentioned, opening that up to the public, to public input and to public bidding can only benefit. If this is indeed the best plan, then prove it. Prove it by allowing others the opportunity to submit something else. And if it is the best plan, it will rise to the top. I hope that, as many others have said, you will vote as though you live in this neighborhood and vote no as this plan currently sits. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stanley. Good evening.
Hi. I'm Derek Eberhard. I live at 233 Magnolia Blossom Way, which is the cottages at Homewood neighborhood, which, as you've heard, would be one of the most impacted. So let me just start by thanking you for your service. I respectfully ask that you vote no on this proposal. I think we can all agree that the site needs to be redeveloped. I don't think there's any doubt about that. The developers have addressed some of the concerns that were put forth by the residents, but I think the key concerns that have not been addressed are really the scale and the density of this development, and the fact that there is no commitment to either Phase 2 or Phase 3 development. So we're sort of taking it on their honor that they're going to continue that development. And yes, I agree that they have a good reputation, but without anything sort of binding or in writing, I think it's too high of a risk to accept a proposal in its current form. So again, respectfully ask you to vote no for this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Eberhard. Good evening.
Hello. Good evening. I'm Michael Volzer. I live at 120 Valleywood Drive in Homewood Hills. I'm going to ask you to vote against this redevelopment proposal. All of the folks that have come before me, I pretty much can't disagree with what they're saying. What I can say is that staff didn't support any of these waivers that the developer asked for, but the Planning Commission ended up approving this anyway. I think staff has done a good job with this, and I think that their input should have been taken more into account. I'm also noting these are 5-story buildings. Why are they 5-story buildings? Because in order to get that many units into the part that they're choosing to develop, we're getting 16 acres worth of units onto a little less than 9 acres worth of land. So all of that is kind of front-loaded. The developer gets to build those, sell them, and 10, 12 years down the road, when it's time for Phase 2 or Phase 3, I don't see what could bind them to making improvements that have been promised. It's kind of like a pig in a poke. You don't know what you're going to get. A lot can happen in 5 or 10 years. I do agree with likelihood that traffic, especially northbound on Jefferson coming into the neighborhood, is going to be impacted, especially if you're getting off the outer loop and you have to get over to get onto Homewood. It's a very short distance, and even right now, it's a little bit tricky sometimes with a car. This shopping center has been neglected. The property needs to be redeveloped. It just doesn't seem to me that we're getting everything that it could be, and it does seem that 10 or 12 years down the road, other people might not make the decisions that you're hoping them to make. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Belcher. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Corey Saba. I live at 121 Magnolia Blossom Way. I'm here to just echo what my neighbors have said, that are opposed to this development. We agree that this shopping center needs to have a facelift, but by adding 200 plus apartments is only going to make the traffic worse. Specifically on Magnolia Blossom Way, it is a dead-end street where there's limited parking as it is. And so I just am concerned that there's going to be overflow into our neighborhood from the shopping center or, from the apartment complex, making it even more difficult to come and go. I emailed each of you and asked you to join me in my commute to and from work every day. I hope you did that just to see how difficult it already is. I have a really hard time believing that by adding 200 apartments, you're not going to have an impact, a negative impact on the traffic that's already a problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Saba. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Angela Stanley. I live at 185 Ashton Drive. I think at the agenda-setting meeting, Commissioner Link, you expressed surprise that you didn't see more public comment. So we have certainly addressed that here tonight. I want to thank all of you for, hearing us out. I really appreciate all of my neighbors speaking to their concerns with this development, and I would ask you to please vote against this development. Our neighborhood, I live in the Homewood Hills neighborhood right behind the shopping center. It is a walkable neighborhood, as many have mentioned. There's, kids love to ride their bikes over to the shopping center, which is totally agreed, definitely in need of redevelopment. But again, I would just echo that the proposal as it currently stands does not redevelop the shopping center. It introduces, many, many units of apartment buildings and really does not benefit the area or the residents. We have a 13-year-old daughter. We regularly go to La Paria, to Cancheritos Cafe. We get Chinese takeout. And so we are constantly in that shopping center using it. And removing those businesses that are currently there would really be a detriment to our family and to our neighborhood. We really loved the initial proposal to retain the shopping space in the ground floor, but to have apartments in that ground floor would eliminate the possibility for having the retail space down below. I also encourage you to listen to the ACC planning staff who have expressed their reservations about the waivers. We need a renovated shopping center and not an apartment complex. Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you, Ms. Stanley. All right, we'll come to commission deliberation. This is in District 5, so I'll ask Commissioner Fisher to make a motion and provide any comments.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to make a motion to approve this redevelopment. When we started this process months and months ago, had over 8 meetings with the community, and when we first started out, it was going to be all apartments. Then we said, could we add in condos? So we added in condos into the stream. So it's not just apartments, it's condos also. This is difficult. I look at that shopping center, and I come out of that shopping center a lot. And what I see is a deteriorating shopping center. When this developer came forward with trying to put something there, as with the resident, I was excited too. Was the plan perfect? It wasn't a perfect plan, but I thought it was a plan that can revitalize that particular space. Now, if this fails, then what happens moving forward? Does it sit for another 5, 10, or 15 years, and the space continues to deteriorate? You start losing the tenants that are there, then you got an empty space. One of the first calls I got when I got elected was people was complaining about people hanging out, and that some of the crime had started happening in that particular area. What best way to eliminate some of that is to redevelop that project. Now, also, if we don't do anything because of how this particular project is zoned, somebody can come in without our permission and do a plan development without our input at all and put whatever they want there. Also, from a buffer perspective, they can do a 10-foot buffer and be done. Then you just have a development there that have any input from the community. So there are some pros and cons to all of this. But I'd like to see something done. And some of you all called me today. I had a good conversation with Mr. McElroy today, and it was a very good conversation and where we see this project going. But I just think if we don't do anything, in my opinion, are other developers going to come forward? I don't think so. Now, I was told there were 4 bidders for this particular space. That's what I was told. And Carter presented the best plan. Now, can we put it back on the open market? Yes, we can, and see what we can get. And can we get something better? I don't know. That you all know that particular property is just, the way it's configured, it's difficult to do something. Could we do all just retail there? Maybe so. Could we do, but I just know we need housing, we need condos. I think with a new medical center coming on board, with a new nursing school coming on board, less than 3 miles from the new medical center that I think is gonna be some of the young people that's gonna be living there. I don't think it's gonna be UGA students. It's gonna be students that's going to the medical school, that's going to the nursing school. Right down the street from y'all, less than 3 miles.
Commissioner, okay with additional time for Commissioner Fisher?
That'd be fine.
Thank you. Right down the street from you all, 3 miles away, there's 280 single-family homes going up. So traffic is going to still be impact from that 281 homes right outside the country club's estate. So a lot is going on in District 5. I love living in District 5. I respect the community in Homewood Hills. I just want to see something positive coming out of that particular development. If we don't do anything and this vote fail, I truly believe it will sit for another at least 5 years, maybe or longer. And then what do we have there? A really, really eyesore. If we're gonna have an eyesore, I'd rather have for an eyesore that looks like something and a bad eyesore. So with that said, like I said, I support the project, and I'll leave it at that, Mayor.
Commissioner Fisher has made a motion for approval of the Planning Commission recommendation. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
All right, got a second from Commissioner Culpepper. Commissioner Culpepper, any further remarks?
No, I agree. I think this sub-center needs to be redeveloped. It's been an eyesore for a while, and I think it's a good opportunity for the area.
Additional remarks from the body? Commissioner Link.
I'd like to make a substitute motion to put this on hold till our next voting session.
Substitute motion from Commissioner Link. Is there a second for that substitute?
I'll second that.
All right, I've got a second from Commissioner Myers. All right, Commissioner Link, any further remarks?
Yeah, I understand there are some pretty substantial constraints to this property, and it's desperately in need of revitalization. I'm not necessarily opposed to the density. I definitely empathize with the residents' concerns about the height. What's really getting me right now is I don't have a full understanding of the sewage issue. I don't want to see a whole lot of new density approved for this area and have the public saddled with a desperate need for sewer line improvements in the future. We've seen that happen downtown. Luckily, we've been able to attract a developer who's committed to improving public sewer lines. But I'd like to hear more from staff one-on-one and maybe have some further conversation with the developer. I did have really good conversation with them, and I mean, they do have a really good track record. I do trust them to further the improvements in Phase 2, but I understand that the density concerns, the infrastructure concerns, and traffic is a hot mess there. I mean, I visit this shopping center probably once a week. GDOT has committed to improving Jefferson Road, but I've not heard any word on when to expect those improvements, so I'd like to hear more about that. I think there are a handful of unanswered questions before we can make a real informed decision on this. This is a situation where you don't want to let the perfect be the enemy of the good, and there's no such thing as perfect in the development world, honestly. But I think we could answer some more questions and have a little bit more conversation about it.
Commissioner Myers has seconded the substitute motion. Then I'll turn to Commissioner Hamby.
Okay, yeah, I could end up voting on this tonight if that's where the will of the body is, but I also do have some questions. I was fortunate enough to spend a lot of time looking at this and thinking about it today. I read over this long agenda item this morning, including all that public comment that was very nicely formatted and very helpful. I went over and visited the site, and it is, one, I've been to that site a bunch of times. It is treacherous. I come from the north side, and getting into that site is treacherous when you have to cross over those 3 lanes of traffic in a very short period of time. Also, one of the people who wrote today was writing about how, I know the times that I've used that shopping center, I have gone down to the second entrance into it because it's so short right there. So I go down to the second one, and now you'd be turning into the residential area, not even to the shopping area. So I think there are some traffic situations as well. I came back, I read through all those comments. I even made a chart, pros and cons. But one thing I come down to is that the developer is getting the increased density over what's allowed by right, because this is a PD. But yet the PD is less than half developed. It's like one part is a final draft and one is a rough draft. And it's not a matter of trusting the developer from my point of view, because situations change. Finances change, the world changes, the economy changes. Lots of developments that I think are really good, they don't get something changes and they don't happen. So there's no guarantee that the remaining retail space will be renovated, and it does. I mean, it's rough over there. It is rough. I also have questions about, and perhaps staff can address this, the questions about the environmental concern. One I wanted to hear, and I didn't. It's really hard to get into those drawings. Maybe where's there those drawings, because they're small, big. You have to shoot.
You have some questions specifically.
The
for
75-foot riparian buffer.
Commissioner, do you have some questions specifically for
Yeah,
planning
that's
director?
it. That's
All right.
is there the 75-foot riparian buffer there? Is that protected?
Yes.
Okay. Is that so? Maybe later on you can tell me what page that's on.
Happy
so I
to
can
walk you
see.
through that. The what is shown on there is at a tough scale to read, but there is actually paving in that area that's being removed that is within the 75-foot buffer. So we could talk about it.
Okay, and then the sewage holding tank, which I read about as well, it seems like this is because we have these leaky pipes and they fill up with water when it rains. And so there's not enough room for the sewage, so we put it into a big tank, right? So, but who takes care of that tank over like in 5 years and 10 years? So those are some questions that I would have if it is accepted to be held. But even moving forward, those are questions I have.
Do you want some response from the manager, public utilities on
Maybe in the
on
question of
kind of
the
just the nature
long-term
of a holding
maintenance
tank?
and the cost, does that get paid by HOA like the pump stations?
Yeah,
or-
it's all privately maintained and private. It's the private responsibility, at least as it's proposed. I think there's indication in the staff report that this is new territory. It's not something that has been necessarily done by the utilities before, but it's, as I understand it from what's been reflected, it's probably the only option to see the property redeveloped, given the limited capacity that's in the area. So.
And are there state regulations, environmental regulations for keeping that up and how that has to be evaluated?
More associated with the design of it and the installation of it, and then it becomes incumbent upon our utilities folks to make certain that actually it's being maintained adequately in order to keep the system functioning. So I don't know that there would be any state inspections unless Bruce knows. No, so it would just be our folks.
But it would
that
be up to us to sort of double check that it's, hopefully the developer would be doing that as well.
Yeah, similar to you actually on this same agenda. I think you have a private lift station or a pump that's going to be used to go from a restaurant up to our sewer system. That is privately maintained. It is incumbent upon our utilities to make certain that it continues to function properly, and if it doesn't, the private party has to take action actually to correct it. So similar, just on a much larger scale.
And do we have a timeline for fixing those pipes?
In the report, in the information provided, it simply references decades. I have a meeting later this week to get a more final answer on that.
Because that is our responsibility.
Correct. Oh, yeah, the lack of capacity that exists in the area because of the I&I that's occurring within the pipes is part of our asset management plan. That is our responsibility to actually be upfitting those pipes and fixing and addressing that issue. So, yes.
Thank you.
All right, we've got Commissioner Hamby and Commissioner Thornton.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. I guess I'm just kind of wondering, tabling it tonight, whether or not that's fair to the neighbors that are here and have been at 3 previous Planning Commission meetings to talk about this project. I also kind of wonder, and Commissioner Myers kind of hit on this a little bit, how is it that we're voting on a planned development when we don't have a full plan, to me, that sets us down a slippery slope for future requests. And future, it kind of just takes the heart out of a planned development, really, is what it does, because it doesn't give the neighbors around there, part of doing a planned development is so that the neighbors understand what's going to happen, not only for tomorrow, but 5 or 10 years from now. And that to me is a bit troublesome. And it's not fair to the neighborhood or fair to the neighbors around there, and it's not, in essence, a planned development at that point in time. It's just a rezone. And looking at it, I don't understand why they couldn't go ahead and do like the 1A part of all of this that fixes up the shopping center. Certainly, it worked for Beechwood in doing that. So I'm not quite clear on, you can start with the 1A, and once you figure out what you want to do with a planned development, come back to us and get the planned development going through at that time. So I'll be voting no on the tabling just because I don't think it's fair. I think we've had enough comments on this. I think we had enough presentation. So let's move forward one way or the other.
I agree. Okay, Commissioner Thornton.
I guess Commissioner Hamby led into my question about the PD. And is there any reason that this was not a binding, was not binding? I heard, because I heard concern about phase 2, and I'd be concerned too, no disrespect, but is there any reason this was not binding, especially for the phase 2?
So the plan that you have in front of you and that they proposed is binding.
Oh, okay.
What I think the comments are focusing on is that phase 2 area is relatively unchanged. So what would be binding is the fact that there aren't any significant changes happening to the balance of the property other than landscaping and some improvements that the applicant mentioned.
Okay.
Anyone else before I return to Commissioner Fisher?
Stephanie?
Oh, yeah, Commissioner Fisher. had a
Commissioner
couple
Johnson?
questions. Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Johnson, then I'll return to Commissioner Fisher.
Thank you. I went to the very first Planning Commission meeting, and I saw all of you all, plus another probably 20 or 30 folks from the neighborhood speak on this proposed development and speak against it. And it made sense then, and I don't have to live there, and I think the best line that was repeated over and over and over tonight is make a decision based on if you live there, if you had to live there. And I think that is really important. 2 weeks ago, I thought, after, the multiple meetings, that the disenchantment or the things that were not agreeable were worked out. And I'm hearing some new stuff that concerns me. So when I came in here and I read through it, I thought I was going to vote yes for it. But if we voted tonight, I would vote no. I do not support apartment complexes everywhere, in every corner. I mean, to dim the light of a well-established subdivision. I think there are apartment complexes, there's a place for them, but I just don't think everywhere is the place. I think 8 townhomes and 2 5-story buildings, that's not, it's not comparable. I mean, it's the townhomes that are going to be for sale, they just fade in comparison to 2 5-story apartment buildings. I mean, someone made a comment about the afterthought of the green space, and this seems like an afterthought of property tax revenue generation. I would, if we voted tonight, I would vote no. I do agree with Commissioner Hamby. I was there at the first meeting almost 6 months ago. In 4 days, it will be 6 months, I think. So I would not vote for directing the vote. That's all I have. Thanks.
Return to Commissioner Fisher, who's got some questions for Planning Director Lonnie.
Bruce, would you explain what I mentioned earlier so everybody can understand about, with that being commercial, what can actually go there if nobody came with a plan?
So the zoning of the property right now is commercial general.
Okay.
And that zoning, it does allow for mixed use. It allows for the density that they've proposed. So they're not actually achieving any extra density than what would otherwise be allowed by the zoning that's on the property today. So the by right development option to do this is remarkably close to what's being proposed, with the exception of ground floor commercial being required. So that's a waiver that they've requested and is part of the PD. And then some of the other developmental kind of particulars that go along with the CG zone, they've asked for relief from some of those aspects. But there's no extra density that's being approved with the PD. It's pretty much in line. It is exactly in line with what the base zoning would allow for without a PD.
Right. So that's what I want the community to hear. So if all those waivers go away, somebody can come in and build by right pretty much the density that you just recommend.
That's correct.
That's there. Okay. I just want to make that clear. And so, again, I hope that wouldn't happen. And again, if this doesn't pass, I hope some other developers come knocking down the door. But I just, again, and I keep repeating this, I just don't hope this property sits for another 5 years and nothing is there. And we still got the plight of that particular, and we use those restaurants that may leave because of the nature of that particular space. But again, I'm gonna respect whatever my colleagues decide to do. And I talked to some of them today, and I hold no hard feelings about however this vote goes. But I just think that I love to see the housing there. We keep saying apartments, but they are going to be condos there, which is going to be a HOA condos there. So there'll be some things put in place with those condos there. But I respectfully, like I say, I'm going to support the project, and we'll just see where the shoe falls.
Got Commissioner Lincoln and Commissioner Myers.
Yeah, I just want to remind everyone that a vote to table would allow the developer time to withdraw the project and improve it and resubmit within a year's time. A vote to deny would pretty much keep it off the table for a year. I believe that there are, some further concessions that could be made to make this more palatable, because I know that by right, you could get something that is much worse. Those townhomes could go away, and you could get 5 stories on the existing footprint of the already developed shopping center. So I'm just throwing that out there. A vote to table could offer an opportunity to make some improvements and see that this works out for the better.
Commissioner Myers.
Yeah, I just wanted to question then, if this could be built by right, why is it a planned development? Could someone explain that to me?
I can explain the procedural side, and you may have questions for the applicant about why they opted for this approach. With the waivers, the list of waivers that they were asking for, the planned development was the approach to go rather than having a series of variances. And they did engage with a design firm that has been through that process before, was comfortable with that process, felt like this was probably the way to get those questions to the community and in front of you all, and ending up with a binding plan was something that they were comfortable with, and they'd expressed that comfort to us. So that's why they opted for the planned development. But those waivers were key to their development scheme, is to not necessarily have vertical mixed use, but to have horizontal mixed use. So commercial on site would be retained, and then residential would be sort of to the western end, if that helps.
So it was a way to deal with the, what do they call the considerations? Right, I mean.
The approvals?
What, right, the approve, right. It's
So the by right requirements in the code were ones that didn't fit the scheme that they had anticipated for the development. So they went for the planned development approach to be able to get flexibility from those standards that would have let them build by right, the same density, buildings at that height, keeping the commercial. All of that could have been done by right, but there were things that would have come with that, the expectation of ground floor commercial throughout those 2 new buildings and that type of thing. They wanted flexibility to not do that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
All right, the substitute motion on the floor is to table for a cycle, which is allowed by code. I'm going to go ahead and have Attorney Drake read the ordinance, just so we've got that on the record.
Ordinance to amend the Code of Athens-Clarke County, Georgia with respect to rezoning one parcel of land comprising approximately 15.95 acres located at 2415 Jefferson Road from CG Commercial General to CGPD Commercial General Plan Development and for other purposes.
All right, so the motion on the table is again to hold. We'll do a round robin, beginning with Commissioner Link.
Link,
Yes.
Taylor,
No.
Wright,
Yes.
Fisher,
No.
Johnson,
Sorry. Yes.
Culpepper,
No.
Myers,
Yes.
Thornton,
Yes.
Hamby,
No.
6 yeas.
It's Davenport.
Davenport.
I'm sorry, I got you, I'm sorry. Davenport,
Yes.
okay. 7 yeas, 3 no.
All right, we will see this again next cycle, everybody. All right. Give everybody, I know there are probably some folks to depart, give them a moment to do that.
Until she said that stuff about them withdrawing it.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't want to punish nobody.
Well, they could rebuild. Stop being a greedy. I mean, I think that ultimately. Yeah, so that means.
Yeah.
We got 2 and 8.
Right. So I mean.
Little Street.
Special use.
Okay, I'll wait.
Yeah. Like they had to go through a process today with us.
All right, we're going to go ahead and pick up with item 15. Item 15 is 250 Little Street, Unit A208. Is there anyone here to speak to item 15?
Which one?
Anyone here to speak to item number 15? All right, seeing none, we'll go ahead and come for commission discussion. Commissioner Myers, this is in District 8. I'll ask you to place a motion on the floor.
Yeah, I make a motion to approve this.
All right, motion from Commissioner Myers for approval. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
All right, second from Commissioner Thornton. All right, Commissioner Myers, any remarks?
No, I just want to repeat again what we learned and is in the agenda report, that these are apartments that actually were meant for short-term use. And so they sort of fit what, there's a lot of people here. Okay, they fit what a short-term rental is. So anyway, that's what I'm doing, and I'm getting a little distracted by the noise, but you second it, right?
I have no comment.
No follow-up. I apologize. I did see that the applicant entered and may have been in the hallway when I called for public comment. Would anyone like to speak to item number 15?
We're present if there's any questions.
Okay. All right. So we've got a motion. We've got a second. Any further remarks from the body? I'll ask Attorney Drake to read the ordinance for us.
To amend the Code of Athens-Clarke County, Georgia with respect to special use approval in the RM-2 Mixed Density Residential District for one parcel of land located at 250 Little Street, Unit A208, and for other purposes.
All right. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
One recuse.
Commissioner Hamby and Commissioner Taylor opposed? Any others opposed? All right.
Recuse. And one recuse.
And recusal from Commissioner Wright. Thank you. I appreciate it, everybody. All right, moving on to item 16. Is there any public comment on item number 16? All right, this is like the last one in District 8. Would you like to place a motion
and I'll
on the
make a
floor?
motion to approve, and I want to, again, publicly thank the applicants because they had a third unit that they withdrew that's in the apartments that are not set up as short-term spaces, and these were short-term spaces that don't have the full kitchen and such. So this was enough reason for me to make that exception and approve these.
All right, there's a motion for approval from Commissioner Myers. Is there a second?
A second?
I'll second it.
All right, second from Commissioner Thornton. Commissioner Thornton, any remarks?
No.
All right, anything else from the body? I'll go ahead and have Attorney Drake read the ordinance.
To amend the Code of Athens-Clarke County, Georgia, with respect to special use approval in the RM-2 mixed-density residential district for one parcel of land located at 250 Little Street, Unit A303, and for other purposes.
All right, I'll have you, Christine, do a round robin, just since we had some diversity of response last time.
Myers,
Yes.
Thornton,
Yes.
Hamby,
No.
Davenport,
Yes.
Link,
Yes.
Taylor,
No.
Wright,
Recuse.
Fisher,
Yeah.
Johnson,
Yes.
Culpepper.
Yes.
7 yes, 2 no, and 1 recusal.
All right, motion carries. Thank you, everybody. All right, we're moving on to item number 17 regarding 115 McClung Road. Is there any public comment on this tonight? And again, just give us your name and place of residence, and then you have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Eric Johansen, 6083 Shadburn Ferry Road, Beaufort, Georgia. I am the agent for the applicant, and we're also the property owner of this land. As we stated at the agenda setting meeting, we agree with the Planning Commission decision and the conditions that came with that. Just a reminder, we are a second-tier commercial property. We're not the front tier on Highway 29 out front. And we're downzoning the property from CG to EO to allow this. Because of that downzoning, to allow the self-storage in that zoning district, it requires a special use permit. It also requires a zoning change and a variance to get the FAR to 1.0 instead of 0.75. As currently zoned, if self-storage was still allowed on a CG property, the FAR would have been 1.5. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have and respectfully request your support for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johansen. Is there anyone else to speak to McClung Drive? All right, seeing none, I'll ask Commissioner Thornton to make a motion.
I make a motion to approve this request.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Thornton and a second from Commissioner Wright. Commissioner Thornton, any remarks?
No.
Commissioner Wright?
Just one comment that I just think that storage units are, give people versatility in the changes that they have in the stages of their life with housing. And I think it's an asset to the community.
Any other remarks from members of the body? I'll have Attorney Drake read the ordinance.
An ordinance to amend the Code of Athens-Clarke County, Georgia, with respect to rezoning a parcel of land comprising approximately 2.13 acres located at 115 McClung Road from C-R Commercial Rural and C-G Commercial General to E-O Employment Office and for other purposes.
All right, there's a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, hearing none, motion carries. All right, number 18 is part 2 of McClung Road. Would anyone like to speak to McClung Road again? All right, seeing none, we'll come to Commissioner Thornton for a motion.
I move to approve this request, item number 18.
I'll second it again.
All right, we've got another motion and another second from Commissioners Thornton and Wright. Any further remarks, Commissioner Thornton?
No.
Commissioner Wright?
Ready to vote.
Covered it already. Attorney Drake, what you got?
Ordinance to amend the Code of Athens-Clarke County, Georgia, with respect to special use approval for a self-service storage facility on a parcel of land comprising approximately 2.13 acres located at 115 McClung Road and for other purposes.
All right, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Are there any opposed? All right, hearing none, motion carries. Thank you all. All right, item 19 is regarding several addresses on Hull Road. Is there anyone here to speak to this tonight?
Got a busy agenda.
Good evening.
This one I'm questioning.
Hey, good evening.
Frank Pittman. I'm here speaking on behalf of the property owner. As I mentioned in the agenda setting, this is 3 small parcels on Hull Road that are currently zoned CR. The request is to be rezoned to CG, which is very similar. You guys earlier this year approved a CG zoning for the property right beside it. It does have sewer capacity, which is important for CG. One of the reasons it was CR because sewer used to not be out there, but it is now. Does meet the future land use map. The current zoning does not meet the future land use map, so this would be bringing it into compliance with that. I would like to ask for you guys for y'all's support tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pittman. Is there anyone else here to speak to item 19, Hull Road? All right, seeing none, I'll turn to Commissioner Thornton for a motion.
I think I'm gonna make a motion. I got a question for the
Yes, ma'am.
gentleman, Mr. Pittman.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Pittman, I drove over there, and I rode around, and my GPS took me to the U-Haul place.
No, there's nothing on this property. There was an old house, but I think they have just recently demolished the house. So this is, if you go
Around that curve?
No, this is on the straightaway just before you get to Modern Body Shop, on the same side of the road as Modern Body Shop.
If you're driving toward Old Elberton or toward City of Elberton.
Oh, okay. I went Old Hall? Okay.
Yeah, this is on Hull Road, so this is on out past the Super Kroger.
Super Kroger.
Yeah, out there on the left, right before you get
You're out
to Modern
there
Body
where-
Shop.
yeah.
So it's right beside where the entrance to the Talley development will eventually go in there.
And you're saying there's sewer there now?
Yes, ma'am, there is sewer there.
Okay. I make a motion to approve.
Got a motion from Commissioner Thornton. Is there a second?
I'll second.
I've got a motion from Commissioner Thornton and a second from Commissioner Link. Anything further, Commissioner Thornton?
No, thank you for that clarification.
Commissioner Link?
Nope, I'm good.
All right. Anything else from members of the body? All in favor, please. Oh, let me have Attorney Drake read the ordinance.
An ordinance to amend the Code of Athens-Clarke County, Georgia, with respect to rezoning 3 parcels of land comprising approximately 1.54 acres of land located at 1065, 1075, and 1085 Hull Road from C-R Commercial Rural to C-G Commercial General and for other purposes.
Thank you, Attorney Drake. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed to the motion?
Aye.
All right, please note opposition from Commissioner Taylor.
Please do.
All right. Item number 20 is an amendment to Title IX of the Code of Ordinances regarding special use permits for short-term rentals. Is there any member of the public who would like to speak to this tonight? Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Linda Carol Porterfield. I reside at 1020 Chestnut Glen, Athens, Georgia. As a local realtor and a citizen, I'm committed to protecting private property rights, and therefore I'm asking for you to support, and number 1, removing the sunset clause that is proposed, and number 2, allowing STR permits to transfer with the sale of a property. STRs are very important to the local economy and a significant tax revenue for Athens-Clarke County budget. And it seems inconceivable to me and to many of us that we would do away with STRs because of the income that they generate. There are not nearly enough places for individuals to stay when they come to Athens for many events. And we're not talking about football games because there are only 6 or 7 of those. People who visit here, they eat here, they shop here. If they go to surrounding areas, they're going to spend their dollars in these surrounding areas. We believe that there needs to be some clean and consistent policies that ensures fair treatments, that preserve the values of the real estate. And also, there are ordinances already in place for noise, trash, parking. If someone violates those, they need to be punished. There needs to be some fines put in place, and those people do need to be punished. But we don't need to punish people who are following the laws. We want to protect the private property rights for those who follow the rules. And I do have some concerns about rental registration because there is laws on the books that prevent rental registration. We've shared our concerns with the Planning Commission staff and commissioners, and we've been steadfast in our belief that anyone that has an STR, they're a good thing for the community and they're good for business in Athens-Clarke County. And as always, I appreciate your concern. And we know that it is a very difficult job for you to please everyone, but we are asking that you protect private property rights. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Porterfield. Is there anyone else here to speak to item number 20 tonight? All right, entertain a motion from any member of the body.
That's a question.
Commissioner Culpepper?
Are we talking, we're not talking about the sunset in this, are we?
No, the sunset isn't part of this component.
Okay. What about with the sale of STR and it being able to be transferred? Is that in, that's not part of this either, is it?
No, component of this is not the kind of continuity of STR availability upon transfer of property. Commissioner Myers?
I'll make a motion to approve.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Myers. Is there a second?
I'll second.
I've got a motion from Commissioner Myers, second from Commissioner Thornton. Commissioner Myers, any remarks?
Yeah, I just think this is some needed clarification. The first part of this is really about saying that short-term home occupation can happen in multifamily developments as well as in single-family. And probably the more significant one is the changing of where the commercial short-term rentals are allowed and where they're permitted without any limitation in the EO. But for most of us, the big change, and perhaps the county manager or someone can address this if I'm leaving something out, but they will not be permitted, and this is for new ones. This is not talking about ones that are already existing, not be permitted in RM zones, just like they aren't permitted in the RS single-family zones. So that's for the commercial ones, the ones where there's not someone, like it's not me renting out my house. That's a home occupation one. Anyway, do you all need to make any clarification of what I said?
I see affirmation from Planning Director Lonnie for everything you said.
Okay.
Commissioner Thornton, anything else?
No.
Commissioner Hamby?
Sure, I just have a few questions for Manager Cowell or the Planning Director. So I'm reading through 91526 or whatever it is, 91516, home occupations. And it lists the requirements and criteria. I guess I'm looking at age, just as an example. Parking and business-related vehicles. No on-street parking and business-related vehicles, including occupants of STR, should be permitted any time. How is that enforced?
Bruce has got that. Stepping up to the mic.
So as part of the original adoption of the ordinance, you also authorized the funding of a position to handle code enforcement on these issues. And so.
Is it getting enforced?
It is. It is, and it's on a complaint basis, really. There is no outward display. We don't have any sort of yard sign to say that where a short-term rental is or is not. So as complaints come in for that kind of activity, it's for that code enforcement officer to do their due diligence and gather evidence and follow through on them. But we have been doing that.
Okay. My second question is this, and for most of these, they're renting out, most of the house and going somewhere for the weekend. So if it's a home occupation, shouldn't somebody be home?
So,
I mean, if you're asking if it's a business and a home occupation, like if you're cutting hair or childcare or doing whatever in your house, you're there. It's a home occupation. But here, it's a home non-occupation. You see where I'm going? It's not a home occupation. I'm being sarcastic.
Yes, you are.
And facetious, but it's not a home occupation.
No, I think you're raising a key distinction, for sure. And
it's a hotel in a neighborhood.
The question of accountability is the way this has been framed. there is somebody accountable for the operation of that who is the owner or the long-term tenant of that property.
Yeah.
So it allows for that code enforcement officer, for example, to have a direct line of contact for that responsibility of
I see
how it's
why,
operated.
yeah, I see exactly why you're doing it, Bruce. I'm being difficult, I know, but I'm just being difficult because the whole STR thing to me has been difficult.
I understand.
And it's been difficult for a lot of neighbors, a lot of neighborhoods, and let's just call it like it is. I mean, if we're going to approve a hotel in a neighborhood, then let's call it a hotel in a neighborhood. So anyway, I'll be voting no on this.
And Commissioner Hamby could coin the away-from-home occupation category of some future zoning code in some municipality.
I did want to make just one clarification on the code enforcement piece, which is one of the pieces we have been struggling with is being able to secure code enforcement staff for weekends. So I just want to be clear, that's been very difficult. We're trying a couple different options to try to increase the staffing, but we know that that's a need. You funded that need. We just haven't been able to successfully get someone who wants to do that.
So that hadn't started. I thought it was going to be.
We've had, I think we had somebody, or we were actually doing interviews or something, but we actually haven't secured anyone for the weekend work. That's correct.
Anyone else before I return to Commissioner Myers?
Commissioner Johnson.
Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you. I wanted to know, for code enforcement, they currently don't have hours over the weekend, and a lot of STRs, at least in my neighborhood, the visitors come on the weekend. How do they manage any issues, challenges, respond to them if they don't have weekend hours, if the officer and/or officers don't work on the weekend as it is as of today?
Go ahead.
I was going to say that's actually what I was just referring. We are intending on having staff that would be over those weekend hours. We've just been having difficulty actually securing that staff. Is there someone actually though able to take complaints right now?
Yes, they have a team.
No, it's on
We
our.
have a staff member that basically is taking in the complaints and then working them on the weekends. They've had some challenges attracting a good pool of candidates for only weekend staff, so that's something that they've been brainstorming some recruitment options, but they do have a staff member that's been working those complaints on the weekends.
Thank you.
Commissioner Taylor and then Commissioner Myers.
How easy is it to enforce these complaints? Because I've been working with the GET committee, and it's hard for us to even get residents, students, to even work with code enforcement for them to even be able to take the complaint even further. So is this theoretically, because right now, I think we're just speaking, like theoretically, this is how it's supposed to work, but it's not actually working. It's not even working residentially. So I can't see how it would work for the STRs. I mean, because, and also, this will also allow for someone to buy up in a whole apartment complex and rent it out as STRs because, or no, Judd, you shook your head no. And I just want to be right, you know.
Not as a commercial short-term rental. No.
Not as a short term, but we've also established the fact that if it's home occupation and they ain't at home, that the STR could still. So, because one thing that I do know is that when we do these things, and I'm new to the commission, but there are always ways to go around what we established to the point where we're back to square one. Like GOC was working on short-term rentals, and we had a hard time with the sunset clause because of litigation. So we kind of altered it to not have to be sued as much. And now we're here. I'm just trying to understand, because we don't even have places for residents to live, like permanent residents. So for me, and in my district, because we have STRs in District 3, and we also have a housing crisis as well as a lot of homeless people that are just dropped off in Athens. And so, you know, having this in-depth conversation about people coming into town, and I get STRs, or whatever. But I also feel like because we are elected officials, we really should be having a conversation about where to put residents and not allowing language to have potentially a whole complex rented out as an STR. Because I know we say, well, that's not gonna happen. Well, theoretically, we can't enforce a lot of stuff, which is the complaints from code enforcement, because residents don't have to open the door, nor do they have to ask questions. And that's came from Jack, from code enforcement. So
Commissioner Taylor, as a sort of a matter of that
it's
kind of line of inquiry,
comment, a question.
would it be helpful to hear just sort of what a model response
Yeah,
looks like from a staff perspective?
Is there something that we can do that is, and maybe this is it, that's just gonna be like, well, we're gonna,
I don't know if.
Never mind.
Manager
Yeah,
Cowell, given supervising.
Yeah, the only thing I would add is, because the commissioner's correct, because she knows from experience with the homes, and Bruce has said it, that, we respond to these and anticipate responding to these on a complaint basis. So if there's not a complaint, then it's quite possible that someone would violate the ordinances to go through. There's also, I think, ultimately we'll have one code enforcement person dedicated
We currently have one dedicated to short-term
this.
rental.
So also think of the resources that have been committed. Thankfully, you've committed resources to that, but those resources are limited. So certainly if someone goes into this, like all of our codes, someone goes into it intending on violating the code, it's not going to be, automatic that we're going to be able to actually close that loop. We'll obviously do what we can, but you shouldn't approve a code. You shouldn't approve a code amendment that is completely dependent upon code enforcement to be successful. I'm not saying that this is. This is actually moving us in a direction of regulating these more so than we have before. But and the home occupation piece is a piece that's challenging. I think that, to Bruce's point, it's structured such that you've got to, you live in the residence, rent out a part of your residence, either in the house or adjacent, or in the yard, if you will, in another structure. But does that prevent someone from packing up and leaving for the day? No. I mean, and I don't know how you ultimately necessarily can regulate that.
Get Commissioner Link and then return to Commissioner Myers.
Yeah, I just want to remind everyone, what we're voting on is making sure that STRs are no longer permitted in those RM zones where we are having a big problem. So this will at least take those zones off the table, and if anybody wants to start a new STR, they're going to have to look to a commercial zone.
And I would say that even though the enforcement of that isn't going to be perfect, I guarantee it certainly will be better than if we're not regulating those. We wouldn't have any tools if we weren't regulating those. So.
Commissioner Myers.
And to further clarify, we are restricting the commercial STRs in the RM with this ordinance here. In terms of addressing a question that Commissioner Hamby had, and because it is very complex in here, and I cannot remember the answer to this, did we make any, was there a restriction in the number of days one could rent out their whole house as a STR, like 10% of do we have any restriction? I mean, could I say, rent out my whole house?
So the restriction, we do not. We do not have a restriction that talks about a percentage of the year. What we have is a duration of any one booking. And if you exceed the 30 days, you are considered a long-term renter. And if you're less than that, you're short-term. But that, we don't have anything other than this zoning telling you where it can function and where it cannot, and then how it can function, but that how doesn't reach into a percentage of the year.
Does our homestead exemption, which is a way of telling if it's a homeowner, does that have a certain, like you have to have it for 70% of the year be living in there?
The homestead exemption, as I understand it, somebody may correct me if I get this wrong, but it is your primary residence. So,
right.
So it doesn't require you to be on site any amount of time. It just requires that is your primary residence.
Okay, so you could use wording there to say it's my primary residence. Okay, that's legal argument here. We'll work on this another day.
Return to Commissioner Hamby.
Sure, thank you, Mayor. And while I was being kind of facetious about what I was saying, I do mean what I was saying, but I am supportive of this simply for the reasons that Commissioner Link expressed, that it does make the STRs, makes our ordinance stronger in cutting back on the number. But I do think moving forward, we just need to call it what it is. So, thank you.
Any other remarks from the body? All right. I believe the motion was from Commissioner Myers, so we'll do a round robin beginning with Commissioner. Oh, I'm going to have Attorney Drake read the ordinance, and then we'll get the round robin beginning with Commissioner Myers.
An ordinance to amend the Code of Athens-Clarke County, Georgia with respect to commercial short-term rentals and home occupation short-term rentals and for other purposes.
Myers.
Okay, yes, yes.
Yes. Hamby,
Yes.
Davenport,
Yes.
Link,
Yes.
Taylor,
Nope.
Wright,
Recused?
Fisher,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Yes.
Culpepper. We have 1 no, 1 recusal, and 8 yes.
All right, motion carries. All right, everybody. It's 8:05. We're going to take just a 10-minute break. Please be back in your seats by 8:15 so we can continue with old new business. All right, everybody, welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. Good to have you with us tonight for the second, and I'm going to predict shorter segment of our evening meeting. We now are ready for any public input on old and new business. Those are items 21 through 27. And so if any member of the public would like to speak to any of those items, 21 through 27, now is the time to line up at the podium. And we're glad to hear you. And if somebody's already said what you want to say, you can just give thumbs up. That's an option. All right. Good evening. And again, just let us know your name and place of residence and the item to which you're speaking.
Awesome. Good evening, Commissioners and Mayor. I'm Isaac Johnson. I live at 367 Rosenau Howard Street in Athens. I'd like to speak on item 27. While I appreciate the proposal of a moratorium on the data center measures, I would say that a moratorium is not enough. While positive economic impacts of a data center are clearly pretty limited, I think the risks to public safety and health are very clear. There's an intense amount of energy use from these data centers at a time when utility costs are already causing working families to struggle. There's light pollution, noise pollution, air pollution, water pollution, and even greater environmental impacts than that. And also it puts a strain on our existing transportation infrastructure. So I think that Athens-Clarke County residents don't want a data center in 4 months when the moratorium is up. They don't want the potential for a continuation of current projects like the one that's proposed at Athena Drive. If data centers are a threat to public health and safety, which the document of the moratorium seems to lay out a pretty clear case that that's true, I think if that's true, then I would like to encourage the Commission go further than just a moratorium and take necessary zoning actions to ensure that no data centers are built in our county. I think you can see around the country and communities where these data centers are being built, people are almost universally unhappy with their construction, and I think there's a lot of consequences that we haven't seen yet. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Jay Boyd. I live at 142 Oxford Court, and I'm a member of the Party for Socialism and Liberation here in Athens. I would like for you to vote yes on the data center moratorium. Further, the proposed data center at Athena Drive needs to be included in this moratorium. It is well documented that the data centers that have popped up across the country have only brought with them higher electricity bills, noise, heat, and pollution. The companies that are building these and rezoning them claim that these data centers' harm is reduced by new closed-loop systems and the draw of new jobs, but these talking points are completely false. Closed-loop systems actually use more electricity than evaporative systems and other systems, a cost that will only be subsidized by the community and not the corporation. The computational equipment and generators that these centers use run 24/7, which creates sleep-disrupting, low-frequency noise pollution and air and water pollution from the diesel fuel used. This equipment also releases heat and creates a heat island, so it's called. This increases nighttime temperatures, threatens local biodiversity, and further increases electric bill because of the increased need to cool. After construction, data centers across the country have not actually brought new jobs to their areas, but what they have done is forced local residents to absorb increased electricity costs, lower air quality, and noise disruptions. These consequences are immediately felt by the community. So please vote yes on the data center moratorium, but please continue the fight in these next 4 months against the conversion or construction for a data center here in Athens-Clarke County. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Boyd. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Maristella Twazin. I live at 385 River Road. I am also a member of the Party for Socialism and Liberation here in Athens. I'm speaking here about item number 27. I hope that you vote yes to implement the temporary moratorium on establishing new data centers in Athens. Furthermore, it is currently unclear if the moratorium will apply to the proposed data center in Athena Studios. the Athens community needs clarity about this. The data center at Athena needs to be included under this moratorium, and it should not be built. John Williams, the president and CEO of W&A Engineering, says that this data center will use a closed-loop cooling system. His argument that this system will result in lower water consumption and be more environmentally friendly is a misleading characterization of these closed-loop cooling systems. The closed-loop cooling systems are more energy intensive. This will lead to a higher carbon footprint. They need higher generation of electricity, which will require more use of water. So this is the indirect use of water. For most US data centers, the indirect water use is significantly higher than the direct on-site water use. So the zero water label about closed loop cooling systems is mislabeling. The water consumption is not going down. It is just changing from direct water use to indirect water use because of the need to generate more electricity. So it is not more environmentally friendly. These closed-loop cooling systems are not going to solve the real environmental problem of data centers. It is only going to solve a PR problem for the corporation. The PR problem for the corporation in response to the wide criticisms from the Athens community who will bear the consequences of these data centers. Athens needs to reject these data centers, including the proposed center at Athena Studios. It must be included under the temporary moratorium. So I hope that you vote yes for this temporary moratorium, but I hope that you provide clarity about whether Athena Studios will be included in this, and I hope that you respond to the needs of the community.
Thank you, Mr. Twazin. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Daria Kalantari, and I live off of 120 Winter Circle. I'm also here to speak on item 27 under new business for the data centers. I would like you all to support the moratorium that's being proposed. We've already kind of talked a lot about the environmental issues, but I would also like to talk specifically that they pose not only a risk to the community as a whole because of these things, but also, especially, they disproportionately harm marginalized communities, and that is a big concern for me. I also have a personal concern about this. I live less than a mile from Athena Studios, and considering a lot of the unknowns, the environmental impacts, living so close to this potential data center that could open at Athena Studios, I'm very concerned. And then one last point too that I'd like to make, it seems like the potential environmental issues that data centers pose could directly work against the goals of the 100% Athens Renewable Energy Initiative that was passed in 2018. So that is another concern that I wanted to raise. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Dara. Good evening.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Evan Mills. I live at 517 Ashbrook Court. I'm here speaking on behalf of Advanced Behavioral Health Systems for item number 24, the Mental Health Recovery Facility. Brief history that many of you guys probably already know, but we were awarded, SPLOST funds of about $5.3 million to develop a 32 two-bedroom unit mental health recovery facility on our property at 240 Mitchell Bridge Road. The intended and projected budget for that initially was between 10 and 12 million. We were, in light of all of that, you guys graciously approved additional ARPA funds of about 5.2 million to support that. With the recent costs and development costs have exponentially increased, this overall budget has turned into about twice that amount. We have been very diligent working with state and federal and other local funders, and I am very proud to say that we have been able to largely procure and fill that budget gap to the point where we are expected to break ground on this development this month, before the end of the calendar year. And it's been a labor of love. I do want to give props to the SPLOST office here, Keith Sanders and his group. They have been a tremendous partner in the development of this project. That being said, we have had to do a lot of what I will say creative value engineering in order to get this project in budget to where we can break ground without having to minimize the number of units and minimize the square footage. That has included cutting significant costs around the landscaping, around some of the exterior, some issues around FF&E costs, as well as just the infrastructure, in order to get it to where we could fit it in budget. At this point, especially in light of the federal funding that we're going through and the precarious nature of the future of federal funds that might come into this county with the populations that we are intending to serve, we are really looking at every opportunity to be able to stretch the value of not only this development, but of our services as well. And I am looking at any opportunity we have in order to build a strong and stable, not only recovery community within this building, but also the building itself. And if we do the things, and at the risk of finding cheaper materials ongoing with that building, will, especially given the population that we're looking at serving, we're looking at more and more operational costs associated with that, and that building deteriorating.
Thank you, Evan. Appreciate your time with us tonight.
I apologize. Thank you so much.
Good evening.
Dr. Tawana Smith Matters. I represent Pitter Road, live at 295 Fairway Drive. Mayor and Commission, please vote yes on the ordinance to adopt a temporary moratorium on data centers in Athens-Clarke County, including the Athena proposal. This moratorium is not a rejection of development. It is necessary to pause to ensure responsible, transparent, and community-centered planning. Athens already has one data center that was approved with no public information in the back of Pitter Road, an environmental victim zone. Critical questions about zoning level, electricity and water demands, renewable energy commitments, and community benefits were left unanswered. No community should be placed in that position again. And unfortunately, with the all of the data centers proposals that are coming up, they're in the same area, the black, rural, working class area. The second zoning request was recently made near Cole Middle School, and I thank you all for shutting that down. And again, now we have the Athena Studios project. Data centers require enormous amount of power and water and create long-term infrastructure burdens that residents often end up subsidizing. Without guardrails, companies can also seek pathways through state-level entities such as the Public Service Commission, limiting local control and oversight. ACC must have the time and structure to create clear regulations that prevent this. A moratorium will also allow all relevant departments, the Mayor and Commission, Planning and Zoning, and then I just learned through the Athena studio that we've been overlooking the public utilities area, that they are coming up with a 20-year plan and a 5-year plan. So we have to be, make sure that we as community understands these connections as well. To work together to close loopholes and develop enforceable standards. These standards should include mandatory disclosure of resource usage, environmental impact review, renewable energy expectations, community benefit requirements, and protections for already overburdened neighborhoods. Many of the areas currently facing industrial clustering, including the existing data center, the quarry, are predominantly black, rural, and historically underserved. Without thoughtful policy, these communities risk being disproportionately affected by high-intensity development. A temporary moratorium is simply good governance. It ensures that Athens is not reacting to development pressure, but proactively shaping in a way that is equitable, sustainable, and aligned with community needs.
Thank you, Dr. Smith-Maddox.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate it. Good evening.
Hi, everyone. I'm Olivia Asher, and I live at 105 College Station Road, and I'm also here to comment on item number 27. I do computational science, and I'm here with the Coalition of Athens Scientists, and I've been looking into this data center issue over the past year. Georgia already has 98 data centers. They use the amount of power equivalent to 3 million homes and 67 million gallons of water a day. Before we bring more data centers into Georgia, we need to thoughtfully consider, is this right for our community? Not just our community, but the state of Georgia as a whole. I ask that you do instate this moratorium, that you include the Athena Drive development in this, and that you use the time that you have during the moratorium to thoughtfully consider zoning ordinances specific to data centers for Athens-Clarke County. For example, making data centers have to have special land use permits so that they would be subject to community review before being built. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Asher. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor Kurtz and Commissioners. My name is Summer Blanco, and I live at 135 Garden Court. I'd also like to speak on item 27. I really just want to echo the sentiments of my neighbors and express my strong support for the ordinance to adopt a temporary moratorium on data centers. I'm a researcher who uses high-performance computers that often rely on large server centers, and I understand that data centers can offer valuable resources, especially to science and tech sector. I think that data centers are here to stay, but I want to make sure that they're good citizens of Georgia, and right now, I don't believe they are. As Olivia said, there's 98 data centers in Georgia and 32 more planned developments in the pipeline. They'll use as much energy, as Olivia said, as 3.9 million homes, and for reference, there are 4.6 million housing units in Georgia. So that scale's wild. With regard to water, data centers are currently not required to track their water use, and so there's a lack of transparency that raises important questions that our community needs to understand before decisions are made about data center development in Athens. For example, how much water will a data center use? Is our water infrastructure able to handle this increased demand? How much power will data centers use? Will it require new power infrastructure, including substations and transmission lines? How much tax revenue will this generate? How many permanent jobs will this create after construction? Who's going to pay for the power and water infrastructure upgrades? What will the lighting look like? Who will monitor the noise levels? How long is the lease for? And if we give tax incentives, do they pay them back if they leave early? What is the end of life plan for the data center? Who gets the water during drought protocols? Athens deserves the right to be well informed about data center development in our city, and I support this temporary moratorium, and thank you for taking this first step to ensure that data centers are good neighbors here in Athens.
Thank you, Ms. Bronca. Good evening.
Good evening. My name's Tim Johnson. I live at 545 Sunset Drive in Athens, and I'm also here to speak in support of the moratorium on data centers. And the only things I would add to what's already been said are that there's now a bubble of data centers. There's been this explosion because Wall Street says this is where all our money is getting invested. So they're throwing money at this. Data centers being built all over the country, and they're already way over capacity. So there's not a need, even if you support the ultimate goal, and that bubble is going to pop. The only other thing I would add is that Clarke County is the smallest county in Georgia. Mm-hmm. And we're challenged with sites for new industry coming in that will employ a lot of people. Data centers notoriously have tiny employment compared to the acreage. In fact, I've seen it that a McDonald's employs more people than a data center, and that land then becomes unavailable for other development. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Good evening.
Good afternoon, y'all. My name is Hampton Byrne. I live at 255 The Preserve Drive, and I'm here to speak in favor of item 27 about the moratorium. I want to further elaborate on the claims that we've heard so much about the environmental cost that this has, the cost that it'll have on infrastructure, but I also do want to talk a little bit more about the economical side of it, that being that data centers, in terms of the amount of land, the amount of energy they use, produce relatively few jobs. And what jobs they do produce are mainly associated with things like construction and long-term maintenance, things that aren't necessarily going to be enriching our community as much as other endeavors will. Additionally, I do want to talk about the fact that, as mentioned earlier, one of the main drivers of data centers has been the growth of AI, which right now is in a bit of economic precarity, to put it softly. Recently, the CEO of Google has stated that there might be an AI bubble, which is concerning, considering that Google is deeply invested in AI. I think that there is a very decent chance that if more data centers were to be built, both here in Athens, but Georgia and the country at large, that much of these will be sitting vacant in the event of a bubble or a rupture of said bubble, and that the demand that these are supposed to be built for is not going to be there. Additionally, I do want to speak a little bit more to the environmental side of this. We are seeing increasing problems with, of course, water supply here in Georgia, but at the country at large. And I do want to think about the fact that here in Athens, we are committed towards 100% green energy in the future. And I feel that, considering how energy intensive this is, that this is a step in the wrong direction. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Byrne. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Ria Sachdeva. I am a resident of 425 Riverbend Parkway, and I am here to speak on item 27, the moratorium about data centers. Data centers provide us with the internet, but Athens really doesn't need one. New data centers support AI, which is an industry dominated by a few big companies that ultimately will result in a lot of us losing our jobs. Furthermore, I'm an ecologist, and I'm here to speak about the environmental impacts of data centers in further detail. Data centers evaporate approximately 80% of the water that they use. In Athens, that water is going to come from the Middle and North Oconee rivers. These rivers are already at risk. They are heavily polluted. I know this because my lab goes out and tests them, and they suffer from, fecal coliform, heavy metal pollution, and that is only going to exacerbate. We won't be able to walk into those rivers. We can't drink from them already as they are. So those rivers also flow into the Altamaha, which is an incredibly important river for our entire state. This river provides clean drinking water to all of Metro Atlanta and several other places around the southeast, and contains several rare species. It's also one of the only uninterrupted rivers, which means it doesn't have a dam blocking it, that we have left in the entire southeast. So AI data centers will put a serious risk. Not only do they evaporate a significant amount of the water, but they also discharge heavy metal pollutants. And I don't want that for any of the residents of Athens, and I don't think they want that in their water either. So in the face of a changing climate, this data center will exacerbate several of the issues that we're already bound to face as a result. Our electricity bills will skyrocket, and the good people of Athens will be the ones bearing the price as these outside companies pocket the profits. The environmental issues that arise from this kind of, decision disproportionately affect communities of color. Athens is a historically black city and has a vibrant culture that I don't want to see disappear. And I think that putting a data center in here risks us being the next Mossville. I don't want that to happen to any of our residents. I want us to be well, I want us to be healthy, and I think creating a few short-term jobs at the cost of many of us losing our own, dying of disease, getting sick, is absolutely not worth it. Having 98 data centers should be enough. And I think we should use the time in this moratorium to find ways to make the data centers we already have much more efficient.
Thank you, Ms. Sachdeva.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Good evening.
Hi, my name's Barry Irwin. I live here in Clarke County. I'm not going to sit here and spout off a lot of data to you. I'm not a scientist, although I may play one in your dreams after tonight. But the moratorium I'm supporting, item 27, for the very reason that you people need to take the time to learn about these things. Perhaps all of these people, put my thumb up there, Kelly, for all of, invite some of these people who know all this to come speak to you about it. But other than just letting this stuff come in here, you can spend 2 days watching a YouTube video or two, and you're going to learn about all the problems people are having all over the country with these data centers coming in their area. The one in Tennessee that Elon Musk put in there, and all the fraud, apparent fraud that is associated with that facility. I mean, it's just horrible. And you got time, pass the moratorium, look into it, and pass a good ordinance. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Mr. Irwin.
You're welcome.
Good evening.
Hi. I'm Denise Horton. I live at 815 Boulevard. Can echo all of these things that have been said, but I also would like to say that I hope that this group will take a leadership role in working towards statutes about data centers for our surrounding areas also. The water that we use is, of course, not just our water. It's water used by our surrounding counties and such. The power, all these things are connected. And I think that it's really important that we realize the impact that a data center here or a data center in a neighboring county has on all of us. The other thing is, I know that there's some question about whether the moratorium would affect the Athena studios, and I do question whether there's not ways of looking at things like the issues of the amount of water that would be used, the power that would be used, versus what was thought to would be happening when the studios were built. And the number of jobs that would be here and those sorts of things. It just seems like there's a lot of things we could look at before, having to approve data centers at the Athena Film Studios. So that's it. I thank you, and I want to thank Commissioners Myers and Link, who have been meeting with the Athens Land Trust and those committees that have been exploring some of these issues already. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Horton. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Tammy Foote, and I reside at 223 Fairview Street, and I'm here speaking on item number 27. A lot has been said already regarding the moratorium for the Athena Studios data center. I just want to say and reiterate, as I said, we do not need another data center in our area. And as it was stated in regards to the cost, it's already a marginalized community. We will soak up the cost for the water. We will soak up the cost for the electricity in the area in which they're proposing it. We already have power surges because there's not enough infrastructure to carry what we already have. So I'm in support of the moratorium. We really don't need the data center at all. Instead of a moratorium, if you can, just ban it, period. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Foote. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Laura Iyer, and I'm with the Southern Sustainability Institute, and we do community education, really local community education on clean energy and other sustainability. And this data center issue kind of crept up on us. We were doing some maybe energy burden talks and things like that, and we kind of learned about the data center on Boyle Road. This was beginning of October, beginning of the fall. We knew nothing about this. And we have had to pivot in terms of our community outreach and community education from more energy education to what is a data center. So really, October 7th, we had our first Southern Sustainability and Athens Land Trust Advisory Board. Athens Land Trust came together. We started bringing the community together. Again, thank you, Commissioner Myers and Link, for coming to one of those. Then we started going to Atlanta to also educate ourselves and to go. There's several workshops, all-day workshops. Several people in this room attended those as well. So our community is doing a really good job of educating ourselves. And also we're very glad to hear that this moratorium came up, and great turnout, great education. Our community is going to be very educated on this and ready to work on these next 4 months. I feel like 4 months is short. We have a lot to do, so hopefully we'll get on it right away. There's a lot to consider. We're not alone. We've got some pioneers in Georgia have already started putting ordinance out there. There's some very good templates we can start from, and so I think we start on it. We have another community meeting January 6th where we're going to bring the community out again to start talking about this, so that your community is very educated. I'm sure you've gotten a lot of emails, hopefully, but we're on top of this, and I'm glad to hear that you are too, and so I'm also supporting a yes for the moratorium this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Iyer. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Tatiana Nino. I live at 131 Wendy Lane in Athens, and I, like most everyone else here, I'm supporting the moratorium on the data centers, agenda 27. There's not a thing I could say that hasn't already been said by everyone before me, so I just wanted to say that I agree with all of them, and I hope that you all take their words into consideration when considering the question of data centers in the future from now on, because I'm not particularly convinced that it's worthwhile having one in Athens at all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nino. Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor. Pleasure to meet you this evening. My name is Tavares Smith. I live at Sunset Drive, and I'm here for Agenda 27. I want to support the moratorium, and I do support the ban. This is amazing. This is my first time coming here seeing the Democratic Republic in action, how our government works. I think the citizens should be here in droves. The guys on Agenda 14, they did a wonderful job having you guys table that because they didn't want that development. And this is what our democracy is about. The pollution, the toxicity, the damage of the data center, it needs to be set aside. But I do believe the data center will come because progression, evolution, it's inevitable, right? Convenience will be the death of us, and we're walking that way. Thank you, guys. Good night.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Yes, sir. Is that everybody on old and new business? All right, we'll come to commission deliberation. First item number 21, the recurrent GOC report recommendations regarding the board authority and commission procedures. Commissioner Davenport, would you like to place a motion on the floor?
Motion to approve with a condition.
Second.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Davenport and second from Commissioner Thornton. Commissioner Davenport, you've spoken to this quite a bit. Is there anything else you'd like to say this evening?
So just getting feedback from some of my colleagues and from community to combine all the TADs together into one, except the Inner East Athens TAD group.
Anything further, Commissioner Thornton?
Nope.
Can you say that again? I didn't.
I didn't hear that.
I don't think I heard that.
Combine all the TADs except the Inner East Athens TAD group.
I just think you're combining a little clarification. This agenda item is setting in motion these changes. You know that it'll come back for the TADs. You have to amend the
TAD enabling
redevelopment plan to match this. So, and it says that in the agenda item, and I just wanted to clarify that for everyone.
That there will be a subsequent
There's
vote.
several of these items that are going to require some ordinances and changes. You know, this is directing the staff and the attorney's office to begin preparing those.
Commissioner Fisher?
I was second.
Oh, I'm sorry. You were second, Commissioner Thornton.
I second it because I do have concerns that that you only pulled one tab. But I think we all need to have that same courtesy. So I don't understand the rationale. But if this is going to roll back around to us, I'm good with it. But I do want to go on record that that there are other TADs too that would like that consideration. But if this is going to come back around, right, Attorney?
This is just recommending direction. I mean, you're going to have to approve the amendment to the redevelopment plans formally.
Okay.
It is clear in the agenda item, that's the way it works.
And that's why I seconded it, because I needed to.
This is
make-
just a report, back
Okay.
to the body,
Okay, I'm good.
Got Commissioners Fisher, Johnson, and Myers.
Yeah, I'm just following up on Commissioner Thornton's request also. I think if we're gonna do that, and I'm glad it's coming back around, that we should separate all the tads out and not just single out one particular tad. We should separate those out. So again, if it's coming back, I'm good.
Commissioner Johnson?
I don't really like to do work more than one time if I could help it.
Well, I was
mean,
going to say
to
that. I mean,
save
if y'all aren't
it,
for
to
that,
come
I would
back.
say that, there's no reason for us to start drafting it all, I mean.
Well, then no, I'm
to
not
say, oh,
for
well,
that.
I've got Commissioner Johnson, who's got the floor,
Thank
so I'm
you.
going to let Commissioner Johnson continue, and then I can call on other
Okay.
folks if they'd
I'm
like to
going to be
provide.
Kirby Smart Jr. and ask for more time to be put on the clock. That was a joke. It coming back is just, I don't agree with, oh, that's fine then, it'll come back, we're going to forget, something else is going to be the priority, there's going to be a distraction, life is going to be lifing, and if we can prevent from like having things loop back to us and make a decision about it, I don't agree with it. I would love to learn more about the methodology to come to the decision, and I have further comments, but I'll pause there and let someone else address that particular one, but I have other comments.
Commissioner Myers?
Yeah.
I can
I
keep
just
going
want to
if
make
you
sure,
think.
make sure I'm clear on this, because if this
Let me
is.
allow you clarification. I'm
Yeah, on
happy
the
to.
recommendations on the TAD, I'm like looking at the recommendations that were, like the Government Operations Committee recommends that the mayor and commission, and where's the one, isn't there one about number F? Yeah, so, I mean, in terms of moving forward, could we make a substitute motion to approve this with the exception of F?
F has to do with the TADs, making it
Yeah.
one committee.
So
I mean-
if
Because
you'd
here's
like to
what
retain the
happened.
current TAD structure,
Yeah.
you should make that explicit tonight.
Yeah.
I think I agree with the sentiment of those who've
Let's do
said,
F.
let's
do
not
substitute.
change things and then change things back in a subsequent
agree.
decision. Now, there still will have to be many subsequent decisions, because as was previously indicated, staff and the attorney's office will have some work to do post this vote, regardless of which TAD direction. But if it's the will of the body to retain the current individual TAD advisory bodies, let's just make that explicit.
Second that. If
Make a
there's a motion,
substitute,
Yeah, well, I thought I did. I'm making a substitute motion to approve this with the exception of F, which has to do with the consolidation of the
I second that.
TADs.
All right, got a substitute motion from Commissioner Myers, second for that substitute motion from Commissioner Fisher. All in favor? Is there any other input?
I have comment, I do have
Yeah,
comments.
Commissioner Johnson?
Thank you very much. I'm so sorry, y'all, but I do. I apologize. I'm not sorry. So here's the thing. I asked on November 18th for some information, specifically, how does one know what to apply for if they don't have a description of the BACs? I don't recall, I get a lot of emails, but I don't recall receiving an email with that response. All of the descriptions, the Georgia state statutes for some of them, the origin for others, it was listed originally in the old document, and it has been removed. I don't know if it was to save paper or whatnot, but if one is truly interested in serving, how does one find out? We're not the experts at over 50 BACs, so I would never ask a resident to go to the ACC website. I have enough trouble myself finding something as specific as one thing. So, yeah, did I miss an email, or did it just not come out?
Manager Cowell, is there a repository of a description of each of the board's authorities and commissions?
There is, with each of the enabling actions that were taken. Probably the closest would be, as was mentioned, on the website under the boards and commissions. There's a statement of purpose for each of the boards and commissions associated with that. I think what Commissioner Johnson was referring to is actually a separate document that's not on the website piece, which I don't think exists currently as one consolidated document.
It was removed from the old one, which is, we don't have, that is the only one place that everything was in there. That being updated is one thing, but to be removed and information taken out of it, it just provides less information to the people. And when I say, it's very, very challenging to find something on the ACC website. You can do the quotations, you can put a very specific word or phrase, and it will give you a bazillion options after your query, after you hit enter, that don't relate to what you are looking for. So what I'm getting to is that we're causing challenges. We're creating challenges for people who may be interested in participating in our local government process. I don't know how to make it easier.
As a prospective solution, Commissioner, one could ask the substitute motioner to direct staff to have a complete description of each of the board authority and commission members and functionalities.
Can I amend that motion?
You may.
To amend it to include the descriptions updated as they were in the original, the previous draft of the back manual that includes the descriptions, and make sure that it's updated and that everything is in there.
Just copy and paste.
Is that
Right.
It's like the number of members,
acceptable to the
the
seconder?
statute that was
Yeah.
the origination,
Raise your hand.
that stuff.
So
I wasn't finished.
Yes, I want to amend it to include that list as exists right now on page 19 to, with any up to 19 to 43 of the present back manual.
And I know Commissioner Johnson had some additional input, and then I'll move to Commissioner Fisher.
Okay, this is probably the last big one, is that also on November 18th, I asked the body this question. So if you have a conflict of interest, what is the recourse for conflict of interest? We just complete the form and we all acknowledge, hey, you have a conflict of interest, or is there something done about it? What's the purpose of the form if there's not anything done about the conflict? So I was
guess
just
that's a question
asking.
either for staff or the attorney's office. Is indication of conflict of interest cause for a prohibition of membership on a board, authority, or commission?
But generally it has to do with the individual vote. I mean, are you talking about a particular matter, or are you just
No,
saying
I'm
they have,
talking-
I mean, if they had an overall conflict of interest, I would think it would be, but I may not
No.
be following what Commissioner Johnson's
So
trying to
here's an
say.
example. So you have members of the body, or you have members of the community that serve on more than 2, serve on more than 3, or serve on more than 4 boards, authorities, and commissions. In our ordinance, it does not allow that.
Oh, well, yeah, you're right.
So that's a conflict of
not
interest.
That's just a statutory provision.
But we
That
do it-
shouldn't be allowed.
It should not, but we continue to appoint those individuals. When the mayor has those boards that he self-appoints, I mean, not self-appoints, but appoints individuals directly, or when we
Well, I'm
recommend
happy to look
people.
at the language of that provision.
Yeah.
But, and see if it, maybe if it's written different, so that the mayor's appointments don't apply, I don't know.
Don't apply?
I'm happy to look at that and give you some guidance. I don't know what it says.
No, I understand that.
specifically,
No,
you know
I
what
just
I'm
want to make
saying?
sure I heard you. I did.
I mean, it's the detail that
Yeah, I get
matters.
that
Yeah,
part. Thank you. I
yeah.
just want to make sure I heard
I'm
you
happy to
correctly.
look at that and get back with you some guidance for the entire commission. But as a general rule, if we have the provision in the ordinance that says you can't serve on more than 2, but I don't know what it specifically it says. I mean, if it says, does it include, is it
So I'm going
written
to
so
say
that-
BAC, boards, authorities, and commissions. And
Well,
then
if
you're
it's
going to
that
have,
general, then I would say that's just 2, that's it,
well, you're
Yeah,
going to have
that's
some
it.
people say committees. But in this
Boards,
document,
authorities,
it's
and
all.
commissions, so
it's
now the
all.
argument is a committee different? You follow where it gets into that? But I can
that-
say this, if you want to clarify it, just.
We should want to clarify it
I
for the
agree.
audience.
I mean,
for our
well, I
people.
don't set the policy, but.
No, I understand that.
Yeah,
I do. I was
would
just asking Patrick.
Yeah, okay.
And I do know that Assistant Manager Andrew Saunders has worked on this and had a response.
And Commissioner Davenport maybe headed the same direction. This did come up in the work of the committee. The simplest answer is that a mayor's committee is a specifically enabled power of the charter. The mayor may create and disband as many committees as they would like. Those committees are not boards, authorities, and commissions. This document applies to boards, authorities, and commissions, which are largely bodies created by you all. As it relates to multiple membership, it does say that there should not be overlapping membership between boards, authorities, and commissions. But because there is a mayor's enabled power in the charter, the discussion is that it was beyond the purview of the document to try to constrain a charter power. And then the last thing is
I've got another comment. Sorry.
a more simplified conflict of
At the
interest would function just as it does for this body. So if it's not multiple membership, if it's I own an interest in a business, I'm on a board, authority, and commission that's hearing something about that business. I've declared that conflict, and therefore I should recuse myself from that item.
Follow-up, Commissioner Johnson.
What's the recourse if there is a conflict? Are you saying remove yourself from the commission or the board or the authority?
The intent
Or no?
of the conflict of interest stuff, which actually exists in the original document that this body approved, was to declare those conflicts so that they were known and publicly accessible. The appropriate behavior is for an individual that is conflicted to recuse themselves, just as has happened multiple times tonight on different votes. If they were to not act in that manner, that could be flagged, and ultimately this body and for locally created boards and authorities and commissions can remove members that they feel are not acting consistent with the enabling legislation that created them. But there is not, to your point, staff are not enabled to say, you're acting unethical, you need to go, nor is a board chair empowered to do that. It is a power that resides with the 10 of you all.
Thank you so much. So here's what I'm getting at for the people that think like, oh, it's just nothing, people are going to be fine. What I'm trying to say is there are boards, authorities, and commissions that are included in the book that have members, people serving in the membership that professionally do things that they would benefit from by serving on the board, authority, or commission. For an example, let's take a look at the planning commission. You have a real estate agent, maybe a builder, maybe someone that's in planning. I'm not sure, but I am sure. I'm not going to just say anything more than that. But then they make planning decisions about real estate building. Do you see where I'm going? That's a conflict for anyone on the outside looking in. And if anyone says, "Oh, perfect, right, fine," that's called semantics. I'm just trying to be as clear and transparent. And Patrick, I know you are. I'm sorry, Commissioner Davenport. But no one knows outside of this little you right here, a self-appointed, a committee, a short-term committee, a board, authority, or a commission. No one knows that until they know that. And so to say that, oh, he could do whatever he wants, he as in you, Mr. Bear, and appoint whoever he wants, and it could be short-term, long-term, or whenever he wants it to end. No one knows that until they know it. And we could clear up a lot without being confusing on purpose.
I know Commissioner Fisher had some follow-up as the prospective seconder of the substitute motion. And
I did want to reply to Commissioner Johnson's, and I want to make sure I'm clear when I ask you this. You was asking, you go to the website and you can't find things when it comes to board and authorities.
No, I didn't say you can't find that. It's hard sometimes to find stuff.
Okay, well, but if you go to the website and you go to get involved, our board, authorities, and commissioners are there.
We know how to find it. We do.
So I'm confused then.
Because I get a phone call. I got a phone call I get phone calls because in my newsletter I encourage people to apply. They want to know more about it. Where can I find it? And they Google the phrase of the commission, the board, or the authority, and they get a ton of things. So just to get that one description, I know there's a board's authority and commissions page. I know there's a get involved page. But individuals that read the newsletter and then find themselves encouraged.
And so as it's understood by me, the intent of the revised substitute motion is to ensure that there's a single description of each of those boards, authorities, and commissions in one place where one can look at a brief description. It doesn't have to go to a separate set of websites throughout the ACC Gov page or elsewhere.
And it sounds like that would be in the manuals, what you're actually referring to.
So you can send them the manual.
All of that's on the website. We're just taking what's on the website and making sure it's in the manual.
Consolidating it in one place. Okay. We've got Commissioner Wright and Commissioner Lake.
Just in the board, authority, and commission category where the commission is interviewing folks and they've listed their experience, whether they're currently or have been on one of the ones that they're applying for, Mr. Mayor, the discussion follows about the number, and we keep it at 2. And I have been in interviews where the person didn't realize that, and they were more interested in the current thing they were interviewing for, and they would roll off of the other. So there have been those discussions in the interview process for us to keep it to the two. And, you know, there's been various times when they knew it coming in and some that didn't, and we always had an agreeable discussion in that information exchange so that they were going to be on the board, authority, and commission that was the most passion to their current place and that sort of thing. So it's a dialogue that happens during the interview process as well as the research that people do before they get to the interview. And are we not timing ourselves tonight?
There was some crosstalk, so I think the clerk was attempting to manage the kind of multiple queries that were emerging simultaneously.
I'll shorten my
Appreciate
time,
her,
even though you didn't time me.
creativity. Commissioner Link?
Thank you.
Yeah, I think Commissioner Wright touched on this, you know, as far as serving on two. I mean, for those of us who, you know, sat through these interviews, and Commissioner Johnson, I'd suggest that, you know, sitting through them would help clear some of this up. Folks reveal their experience, and it's up to us as those who appoint these bodies to determine if that experience is relevant to the position or a conflict of interest. That's our charge on this body. So I think, you know, that clears up that portion of your concerns. You know, and I would ask you, if you have concerns about those, please attend those interviews so you can help participate in this process.
I did, thank you.
All right, I think everybody understands the substitute motion on the floor, which is to approve retaining individual TAD advisory groups and to also consolidate all those descriptions in one place in the manual. Everybody feel good about that?
Yeah. I just want to say
Commissioner
one
Thornton.
thing. I do think we need to, and it won't get settled today, but when we do have a conflict, there needs to be addressed, because we did have a conflict in 2023. And I spoke to Commissioner Myers about it, and I spoke to Blaine about it, and it didn't move. It didn't, but when we realized that, because serving on these boards, depending, if people play their card, it's a very influential position. It really is. I know they make recommendations, but if you have one person that is on a whole bunch and have all of that power and influence, that's a conflict of interest for me. And I brought it up to the former manager. So we do need, not today, but we do need to address when we see it. We need to, what do we do? Because it has happened.
Bring it here.
Bring it to you?
No, here. Here.
Should I bring it right now? Should I bring it right now?
The reason I said it is because the manager has no authority to address that conflict of interest.
But there should be something that is preventive from having a conflict like that.
Yeah, and I think that...
And especially if all those positions are similar.
Yeah, and it really is, it gets into what was just talked about too, is keeping in mind that there is a, what all of us would recognize as a conflict of interest with a particular action in front of the body. For example, Commissioner Wright recused herself twice tonight because of that piece. So there's that kind of conflict of interest. And then there is this other, and I know you're using the terminology of conflict of interest, but it's really, goes back to Commissioner Link's point, which is the influence that particular individual going to place upon the board and those board's decisions. And that really is a decision that you all have to make when you make those appointments. Yeah. And if that appointment is made and that person is using that influence, that decision was made. That's not a conflict. That decision was made and you all made the determination that it was an appropriate representation. It's really those other conflicts that you have to be most cognizant of, which is they've got a financial interest in an item that's before them. They really need to be declaring that conflict of interest.
I'm mainly talking about policy.
Yeah, and I think that's
heavy duty.
Yeah.
I'm talking about policy.
And that really rests with the consideration of when you appoint those folks on that board.
But then when you go back to the charter, though, you have appointments, and then the charter gives the mayor some power too. Right. So when you mix it all together, it can get confusing.
And that's why I say bring it here, because placing it with the manager can't do anything about that.
Well, let's hope it don't happen again, since you don't have a result for it.
I've got Commissioner Myers and then Commissioner Fisher, and then hopefully we move to a vote.
Yeah, hopefully we will move to a vote on that. I think some of this might have been covered because I think the manager made the differentiation between the discussion of the conflict of interest, which were the forms in here, and it does talk about how the member should exercise caution by deciding to whether participate or not. Could be more direct, it could say the member, that, but it does address it, and it says that the attorney is, the guidelines in the charter will be the basis by which the attorney will make an interpretation in each case. So it does act as if the attorney is, I'm reading from the manual we're about to approve, from page 20, paragraph under conflict of interest, the last paragraph, the last sentence in that section. So there is something about conflict of interest. I wasn't on that committee. Okay,
I would like a chance to look at that, because I had no idea. I mean, I would just like to see that. I mean, because we have ethics provisions in our Code of Ordinances and in our charter. And it actually says the commission makes those determinations. It doesn't say the attorney.
Well, I'm just reading, and this might have been in the old one as well.
I think that may have been in the old version, and I'll say that version, but I think that's contrary to the charter. I'd like a chance to look at that, because I don't want to create any confusion here.
And to not belabor this, but to identify that it may be one thing to make a formal decision, such as a removal of a member, and it's a different to get legal guidance.
There you go.
Yeah.
Right, and so, we can get legal guidance, and we can
I'm happy
act
to
or
give
not act on that legal guidance.
But I don't think I have the authority to make a determination like that, I think the manager is right. I know that that's what the charter says. Y'all ultimately can make those determinations.
It does say the guidelines in the charter will be the basis by which the attorney
There you go.
will make it, but that the attorney will make the interpretation based on the guidelines in the.
Yeah,
Okay.
well,
Got a couple other folks who would like to
But-
provide some input before the
Yeah,
end of the
I'm
calendar
ready to
year.
vote.
So
I'm ready to
I'm going
vote.
to move to Commissioner Fisher, who I think has some brief input, so.
Yeah, so let me say this about, and with the conflict of interest, it's tough when we're asked to do these boards and authority, and only 4 or 5 people show up. And then we have these conversations. So one thing I said this at our last meeting, when people apply for those boards, it really would be nice if all 10 of us are sitting down at that seat to interview those folks. But when 4 of us or 5 of us are trying to make these decisions, then we talk about conflict of interest, it come back like we're not being transparent. Well, it's tough to be transparent, and we only have a quorum there. So I'm saying all that to say, if we're serious about our board, authorities, and commission, when Ms. Christine tell us we're gonna have these meetings, everybody needs to be at the table. And I understand sometimes conflicts come up and everybody can't come there, but when citizens come to those meetings to be interviewed, it's up to us to respect them enough for all of us to show up and to be present.
Can we vote on this now, please?
Yes.
So, yeah.
Anything else, Commissioner Davenport, before we
No,
vote?
that's part 2. We're gonna work on that, but I'm ready for the vote.
Yeah.
All right, so we have that substitute motion on the floor that includes those 2 components that everybody understands. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, hearing none, motion carries. All right, we're going to move on to item 22. This is the reallocation of recaptured ARPA funds for affordable housing projects. Would somebody like to place a motion on the floor right now?
Move to approve.
Second.
All right, so I've got a motion from Commissioner Link and a second from Commissioner Davenport. Commissioner Link, any remarks?
Yeah, I just have kind of a quick, somewhat relevant question. Do we have any idea when we're going to have discussions about how we are going to spend the, I believe, $7-ish million we have in our affordable housing fund so we can allocate some additional monies to these needs?
Commissioner, with all due respect, this is really just about kind of one narrow frame of funds, and so let's leave that for some
I
future
want to
discussion.
put that out there, so if the manager can get back to me on that. Thank you.
Yeah, just housing, and there's more future pots of money.
Yes.
Commissioner Fisher?
Yeah, I thought we received a letter from the Habitat president that someone's not withdrawing his request, but for us to spread the request over. So do I need to do a amended motion on the floor so we can spread those dollars out?
If a commissioner would, of that person's own volition, be interested in a different allocation than the staff recommendation, that would require a substitute motion.
I would like to make a substitute.
So I'd like to make a substitute motion.
Send it back to committee for them to do it.
So my colleague is sort of, so I make a substitute motion that we send it back to HCD and for them to look at reallocate that money over several nonprofits as we move forward.
Second you.
And Commissioner Fisher, just having looked at the kind of scoring criteria and the results, would you like to just give them carte blanche to do that? Or would you like to suggest that the top 4 scored items would be the ones that would have the money distributed among them? I think we would benefit staff by giving them slightly tighter direction. And it's,
By default, we would, and I don't want to speak for staff looking at it, but by default, I think they would just simply take, if there's 5 or 6, whatever it is, and you're just going to divide it between 5 or
And
6.
I would say divide among all the 5.
and I apologize, my laptop has died. I remember there was a tightly clustered set of applicants that were like above about score of 84, if I'm remembering correctly.
Yeah.
Can you help me a little bit?
Yeah, they were
Bob?
all pretty closely together in scores, with the exception of the last one that was on that list. Primary reason the staff made the recommendation that they made was so that the larger dollar amount would have meaningful impact. There's some question, if we spread it out across the entire group, whether or not those can actually even do the projects with those lower dollar amounts that they're discussing. But really, absent any other criteria that we would use, I don't know what we would do besides simply divide it out or not allocate the funds and just hold on to those until we combine them. So, but yeah, there were all but the one were pretty tightly scored together.
Commissioner Wright?
Yeah. Well, in my mind, I thought that the committee had more information that we don't need to be batting around behind the rail, and they would understand if these entities are at their capacity with what's awarded to make sure they can fulfill what's being redone. But if Habitat has withdrawn, basically, then the reallocation, I think, should go back to those that can discuss making sure. I can remember when we learned about Historic Athens, why they weren't doing more. There was amount of capacity for them to fulfill it. So that's why I seconded your motion, because I thought that going back to making sure these entities can fulfill their larger amount if allocated.
Yeah, and
But
just
maybe
to-
I'm being naive.
Well, just for clarification, Habitat's not withdrawn their request for funding. They just said that they were certainly open to the idea of sharing in that
Gotcha.
funding. And yes, I think that is the question that you're asking is a critical, 2 questions, which is, one is, with it being reallocated, can these other entities actually do a meaningful project? That would be one,
Right.
and they can answer that question. The other question is, even if they could, is it enough impact that it makes sense from your perspective to actually do that? That's
Right.
really a question you all will have to answer.
Right, so on page 514 in the whole packet, there's the supplemental request, and then there's the original ARPA contract. So it seems to me that if we could get the money closer to their request.
Might I suggest that just
But
given the
again, that would be
confusion,
outside of here.
I think an action that this body could take is simply to hold this until the agenda-setting session when we can have a specific dollar amount, commission-defined option. Would that be acceptable to the body?
It'd be acceptable for me, because didn't we just say, no, we didn't just say. Bob said, Mr. Cowell said, that in January, we're going to be looking at more money coming, maybe. I don't understand why we're dipping and dabbing. Why don't we just wait till all the money come back?
Yeah.
And that was my suggestion.
Yeah, this was just an opportunity. If you remember, we found early on in this case, because they could not spend the money was available. You all said, since we've got time, let's do an RFP. But yes,
But
come
that's
January.
we do this stuff, these knee-jerk reactions. We know we're going to to me, it's only, a month away?
Well, it'll probably be, so January is the due date, the performance date, so it will actually be February or March before we come back.
I'm not going to fall on the sword of this, but I will say that I am very concerned how we have managed all of this ARPA money. I'm very concerned. But I'm not going to, this is not the hill I'm going to die on. But we chop up this and you don't have nothing to show for it at the end of the day.
But, and that's, I think, part of our concern. If we spread the money out across 6 different groups, you're kind of magnifying that. So, yeah.
I've got Commissioners Link, Myers, and Davenport.
Mayor, I have to say,
I'm sorry, Commissioner
I'd like
Hamby.
to make a motion, a substitute motion, or there already is a substitute motion.
Well, yeah,
Substitute to substitute.
I believe, based on our procedures, we've got to either handle that substitute motion or have that withdrawn.
Maybe Commissioner Fisher can amend his substitute motion to hold this until the agenda, or till the January meeting.
Okay, I'll make a motion that we hold the money until our January meeting, till we have all the funds that's gonna be available to us, then we can, figure out how we wanna divide it up.
All right, so revised substitute motion is to hold this item until January. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, we got a second from Commissioner Taylor. All right, continue to respect the desire for input from Commissioner Link.
Yeah, my concern is that we've got a deadline to get this money spent. We need to get it out the door to organizations that definitely can use it and have proven a track record of being able to produce housing. That's my big concern. And if we were to like divvy it up and whittle it down, like you can't build a house with $150,000, and if we're spreading it out, I mean, I'm just concerned that by spreading it out, we reduce the chance that they're going to be able to actually follow through on the plan, and we just end up getting the money back anyways, and it goes to waste because it has to get spent by the end of next year. Yeah. I mean, the sooner we get this out the door, the sooner these organizations can start doing the good work. And we need to have the discussion about how we're going to spend the affordable housing money that we have on hand and get it out to other organizations.
Commissioner Taylor?
Rental assistance. Oh, I didn't even know my turn. Look at go. I agree with everything everybody said about the ARPA funds and recapturing these funds. The list that was put out, because staff did exactly what we directed them to do as far as the RFPs goes. So for everyone who was listed or who is listed, all of these organizations do great work. I know that there is some hesitant as far as holding these funds until January, but by reading the list, all of these organizations are already I'm not trying to say financially equipped to just go out tomorrow and do the work, but when the money is available, I don't think that there's going to be like a standstill for months for them to be able to do the work, because all of them are already like currently doing ARPA funded work. I would also kind of advocate for us to use some of those dollars for more rental assistance and eviction prevention, because if we're building more houses and more people are getting put out, it's kind of redundant.
Got Commissioner Myers, Davenport, Thornton.
I'm going to make a probably a not popular suggestion and just say that I'd rather us do what this agenda item says to do. This isn't a large amount of money. The amount for Habitat for Humanity is a bigger project. It can use the money right away. And then it's clear that the feeling on the commission is that we should work with these other organizations when more money comes in. Many of these are the rehab, so they're smaller projects. So we can get, and as Commissioner Link has pointed out, we have this ARPA deadline. So staff has put a lot of time into evaluating this, following what we suggested. I will push for us to go along with the original agenda item and then to clearly address some of these other organizations with the money that comes through, and it sounds like it might not be here till February. So, but with shorter projects, they can deal with those shorter projects where Habitat needs the money.
Commissioner Davenport and then Thornton.
Yes, just echo Commissioner Link and Myers. It's the fact that this organization that it's chosen, they're shovel ready. And if we delay anything, what is that process going to look like next year when we only have 12 months? And those projects have to be started, right? Not completed. It has to be, the ground has to be broken. And some of these organizations are weatherization, and they do, they already have some of the funding, but, just knowing that we're going to get some more funds in January, I would prefer just to move this forward because they are ready to go today.
Let's
Commissioner
vote.
Thornton?
We're ready to vote.
Ready?
Well, we got a motion on the floor.
Yeah, we're going with you. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
The motion on the floor is to hold till January. All right, I'll go ahead and do a round robin. Commissioner Fisher was the motioner, so we'll begin with Commissioner Fisher.
Fisher.
Yes.
What are we
Johnson.
voting on? What is it?
To hold until January.
I say yes.
Yes.
Culpepper.
No.
Myers.
No.
Thornton.
Yes.
Hamby.
Yes.
Davenport.
No.
Link.
No.
Taylor.
Yes.
Wright.
No.
6 yeas, 4 no.
Wait,
5-5.
It's 5-5.
I think it's 5-5.
5-5, Mayor, do it.
is it 5-5, is that correct?
Why don't we read, let's make.
2, 3, 4, 5.
Who all the
Who
yeses?
all
Who are the
voted no?
yeses? Raise your hand.
5 of us.
Yeah, I think it's 5-5.
Okay, it's 5-5.
Commissioner Johnson, you was a yes, weren't you?
Yes.
Yeah.
Right, all the yeses.
Hold
It's
them high, hold them high, y'all. Hold them high.
It's 5.
There are 5 yes, 5
Do
no.
it, Mayor.
All right, I'm going to vote not to hold and to return to the original motion,
Okay.
which was to allocate the funds as recommended by staff. And I believe it was Commissioner, I'm having to
Link and
go
Davenport.
back in time, decades, Commissioner Link, who made that motion.
And Davenport was the second, huh? Wow.
All right, we're going to go ahead and do a round robin with Commissioner Link.
Yes.
Okay. Taylor.
Yes.
Wright.
Yes.
Fisher.
Yes.
Johnson.
No.
Culpepper.
Yes.
Myers.
Yes.
Thornton.
No.
Hamby.
Yes.
Davenport.
Yes.
8 yeas, 2 no.
All right, motion carries. Thanks for playing, everyone. All right, item 23 is the long gestating improvements on Barber Street. And Commissioner Link has made a commission-defined option, so I'm going to ask you to make a motion, Commissioner.
Yes, I'll move to approve the commission-defined option.
Second.
All right, Commissioner Link, remarks?
Yes, I want to thank the mayor and Manager Cowell and Josh from our capital projects office for taking another walk down Barber Street. We've got a CDO here. I mean, first of all, the item on the table only gets sections 1 and 2 of Barber Street bike accommodations done. Sections 2 and 3, which includes that last section from Boulevard to Prince, we'll have to wait, but I have a little bit of direction on that final section, which is an extremely difficult section, that involves the interface with Prince Avenue bike lanes, and it involves a lot of infrastructure conflicts. So basically, I'm just asking that we have the appropriate public meeting with the engineers present when it comes time to go forward with a design for that section. We didn't get that initially because this came through during the pandemic. We couldn't have those face-to-face meetings. And I'm also asking that we deal with some of the near-term safety improvements that have been requested for many, many years. Simple, low-cost, adding a stop sign at Barrow Street and a little extra traffic calming signage and painting. Just some of the near-term safety issues that can be implemented right away to at least calm the traffic on that one short, little, very difficult, narrow section.
Commissioner Hamby?
No, I'm good with, thank you, Commissioner Lane.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for everybody for coming out for the hike. Any further comments? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, hearing none, we're going to get some improvements on Barber Street. All right, love it. All right, moving on to item number 24, and I believe there's a commission-defined option from Commissioner Myers.
No, there is a motion to table from Commissioner Myers that I'm bringing up now. Well, we're going to explain it after I get a second.
Is there a second to table
For
number
the-
24?
I'll second.
On 24?
All right, got a motion to table from
On the advantage.
I'll second.
Commissioner Myers and a second from Commissioner Thornton. Commissioner Myers, go right ahead.
Yeah, Commissioner Fisher and I had discussed submitting a CDO to consider providing 100% of the connection fees. But then with Thanksgiving and such, and just learning yesterday that it required an ordinance revision, the possibility of an ordinance revision, and because it was so rushed and wanted to make sure everyone had it, and the attorney's office had enough time to do that, we didn't want to push that through. The manager also had some, want to give him and the manager's office an opportunity to provide some information about how this affects the public utilities funds as well, so that we can make a more informed discussion. We changed as a body, changed the policy last June in 2024, on June 5th, which was a very busy time, right around budget, and perhaps this will give the manager time to sort of review how that decision was made and see if we should proceed then to put forward a CDO on that.
Commissioner Thornton, anything as a seconder?
No, I was just helping out.
I want to thank Commissioner Myers, and we did a little bit of research, and we had some questions, so we thought this would be the right thing to do at this particular time.
All right, all in favor of the hold, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. All right, staff developed a report based on commission interest in potential relocation of mill houses from 110 Puritan Lane and 1060 Macon Highway for future affordable housing use. Produced that report, and I know there were some options that were considered. Commissioner Thornton, I know you'd like to place a motion to hold this item. I'll allow you to do that at this time.
I would like to put a motion to hold this until, when are we going to do that work session, Mayor?
I believe it's going to be, it may be February, but until following our work session on GIC
Following our
recommendations.
GIC work session, I sent everybody a very detailed email outlining some of the things that I've learned working with GIC and working with HCD. I do want to thank Judd for drafting the CDO. So the workshop, when we do the work session, this will come back to us. Whether we do it or not, that's fine. I've also reached out to the developer. They are very behind, so it's no rush about moving the houses. So if we can just hold this for after our work session
On affordable housing.
on affordable housing from GIC.
Motion to hold until following that work session from Commissioner Thornton, second from Commissioner Wright. All right. Commissioner Wright, anything further?
Elvita asked me not to talk much, so I'm going to respect her.
You didn't listen.
Appreciate that respect. Anything else from members of the body?
Ready to vote?
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, hearing none, motion carries. We have 2 items of new business. I do need a motion for suspension
So
of rules.
moved.
I've got that from Commissioner Wright, and I've got a second from Commissioner Taylor. All in favor of suspension of rules, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, hearing none, motion carries. Item 26 are, as previously noted, this round of appointments to various boards, authorities, and commissions. You have a list of those appointments, and I appreciate those members of the body who are available for interviews. Can I have a motion at this time regarding number 26?
So moved.
Second.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Taylor. Got a second from Commissioner Fisher. All right. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All All right, hearing none, motion carries. And so I want to thank Dale Van Cantfort, who will be on the Industrial Development Authority, Aaron Redmond, who will be on the Athens in Motion Commission, Shakanda Sturdivant and Felicia Floyd, who will be on the DFAX Board, Kirsten Kritzner, who will be on the DBHDD Region 2 Advisory Council, Katie Mirages, who will be on the Historic Preservation Commission, Mocha Jasmine Johnson and Grayson Griffith, who will be on the Human Relations Commission, and Henry Kern, who will be on the Solid Waste Advisory Commission. So thank you to all of those folks and everybody else who applied. All right, moving on to item 27. This is our ordinance to adopt a temporary moratorium on data centers. I'm going to ask Attorney Drake to read the ordinance at this time.
An ordinance to impose a temporary emergency moratorium on the establishment of new data centers in Athens-Clarke County and for other lawful purposes.
Is there a motion to that effect?
So move. Second.
I've got a motion from Commissioner Link, second from Commissioner Myers.
No.
Oh,
Commissioner
I'm sorry.
Thornton.
Second from Commissioner Thornton. Commissioner Link?
Yeah, this is overdue. If y'all remember, I believe 2 months ago, I asked for this. I guess better late than never, but I hope we can come up with a clear ordinance in guiding any potential future data centers in our community.
And just make note, this is through the first Tuesday of
Yes.
March 2026.
Yes.
So, Commissioner Thornton?
I just wanted to say that the first data center snuck up on us. I do appreciate Elka driving me around, giving me a brief introduction. I know that Commissioner Myers also went to a training. I had some training, but we never, ever, ever, ever would have expected another data center trying to come here. I think, here I go again, I think when the first one popped up, it should have set some alarms for us. It should have set some alarms. But here we are. We have a moratorium, and we'll move forward.
Commissioner Myers?
Yeah, I'm really glad to see this on here. I want to thank all the people who came out today. There was a lot of education for us, for me. I also just noted today from my colleagues at ACC, the Association of County Commissioners of Georgia is also having a webinar about this in the beginning of January that some might want to attend online, right? And to point out that on December 11th to our audience, that it's already on the Planning Commission agenda, the text amendment for the data centers. And I did want to ask the manager's office if they could make any comments about the Athena studio, whether or not, because there's a lot of people who brought this up, whether or not this applies, or if you can make any comments at all about how that Athena studio planning review that happened today interacts with this moratorium.
Yeah, so the Athena, so we don't have in our ordinance currently data centers are not identified in our ordinance. Data centers are newer than our ordinances, and so what that requires the staff to do is, at this point in time, to interpret which zoning classification does it go in, for all of the reasons that were stated here and all the reasons you all have stated before: electric consumption, water consumption, just general impact, and so on. Staff's determination is that that requires an industrial, it's an I, industrial zoning requirement for that use. The Athena Studios property is not zoned in that manner. Therefore, our conclusion is that it cannot go there under the current zoning. Now, they have the right ultimately to appeal that to a hearing officer with it as well. So that's kind of where that one is in that process with it as well. The original data center that was referred is different in that it was actually, as I understand it, this was back some time ago when this interpretation was made, but was because it was being brought forward by Georgia Power that there was a consideration under the Public Service Corporation that removes it from local authority. So the zoning we didn't have the same opportunity with the zoning as we did with the Athena Studios provision. As you've mentioned, staff is bringing forward the beginning stages of to the Planning Commission. There'll be hearings in front of the Planning Commission as well for actually not relying on that kind of interpretation, but actually defining specifically data centers in the ordinance and applying appropriate regulations and placement within the ordinance as well. So that's kind of how it's going to move forward, thus the timeline for the moratorium. All that's going to happen within that timeline. So.
Thank you.
Anything further? There's a motion, a second on the floor. Attorney Drake has read the ordinance. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, any opposed? All right, hearing none, motion carries. All right, now is that time for public input on any item that was not on tonight's agenda. So if anybody would like to speak to any item not on tonight's agenda, same rules of public input, the 3-minute opportunity apply. Anybody who would like to speak to any of those items may step up to the podium. Good evening.
Good evening, guys. Hey, my name is Merritt Melanson. I live at 260 Willow Run, 30606. I've lived in Athens-Clarke County for 26 years, which means I'm really old, and I'm very tired talking to you guys tonight. I want to thank everybody for sticking it out with us, or sticking it out for all of us, I guess. And I know this is not the most fun thing, but I want to talk about the 2026 T-Splost. I know you guys are kind of in the process of planning some work sessions to plan those projects. I'm here tonight to talk on behalf of Friends of the Greenway, which is a nonprofit which advocates for expansion, upkeep, and continued support of our Greenway trail system in Athens-Clarke County. The 10 miles that we have today of Greenway have been built bit by bit by bit, and slow and steady is awesome as long as you keep moving. And we are really concerned that we may be losing momentum on our trail system. Just as a community, it's a huge asset, and we want to keep moving forward with that bit-by-bit construction. ACC voters will go to the polls next year to renew our T-Splost. We all know that. But last time we saw the list of projects, there were no trail projects on the list that you guys are going to be considering. We think it's really important that we have some trails on the ballot language when T-Splost goes to the polls, or when people go to the polls to vote. And we're asking commissioners to commit 10% of the total T-Splost revenue to trail projects of some type. You know, there have been 1 million projects floated, so you guys just look at what's we've submitted to T-Splost committee already, pick one, put 10% in. Over the past 2 months, we've collected 580 signatures from people in every single commission district who also want 10% of the T-Splost revenue to go to trail projects. The coolest part about this project of meeting all these different people is hearing how strongly they feel about the Greenway network. People from every district love the Greenway. We have a few people signed up to share some of their sentiments with you guys. It'll be quick, I promise. I just would like to submit our petition, which is right here, with our 580 people to the clerk. I don't know if I walk it up there or not.
Or I think the assistant manager can
Yeah.
grab it. Thank you.
And I'd like to, present these awesome sentiments that people have collected.
Thank you, Ms. Melanson. Good evening.
Hey, hi, I'm Kathy Harr. I'm with the Friends of the Greenway, too. I live at 275 Willow Run. I've lived there for almost 9 years. Thank you guys for staying up so late tonight. So when your constituents signed our petition, which we've also sent to you all directly in email, in support of trail building funds for the next T-Splost, they had the option to answer this question. What do our trails mean to you? How would you use the Middle Oconee River Greenway if it existed? Or what trails would you use if more of the Greenway network plan were built out? So these are some of the comments from the almost 600 people who signed the petition so far in support of building trails. So Juniper, who lives on Sweet Gum Way in Commissioner Thornton's district, said, trails mean to me safe, accessible transportation. I have long used the trails for a bike commute to work. And Allison from North Billop Street in Commissioner Link's district said, I walk and bike for exercise, but I also use greenways, sidewalks, and buses daily to get around without my car. Greenways serve two purposes in my life, recreation and transportation. Robert, who lives in Millage Heights, that's Hamby's district, said that trails have been an integral part of our family's life during our children's most formidable years and beyond. They serve as corridors of transportation, recreation, and refuge. Over in Commissioner Davenport's district, Tammy from Red Fox Run wrote, "Our trails give my family, friends, and neighborhoods a safe, car-free place to walk, run, and ride bikes. This is important to me because I have had friends killed while walking, running, and riding their bikes on the road. The Greenway also provides an alternative to driving everywhere in town, which reduces traffic on the roads. The more Greenway we have, the more community members can choose to walk, ride a bike safely to run errands as opposed to having to drive. To me, that fosters a community connection." Sully, who lives on Little Street in Commissioner Mayo's district, said, "The Greenway is an integral part to my bike ride route to work, and I take it every day." And Bart, who lives on Timber Lane Drive in Commissioner Fisher's district, said, "I live in Forest Heights, and I can't wait to have the Greenway along the middle of Oconee. I would use it for exercise and relaxation all the time." For me, myself, the Greenway is a place for me to walk my rescue dog, and lately, it's a place for me to finally relearn how to ride a bike while I can be safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Har. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Elise Stengel at 235 River Hill Drive. I'm also with Friends of the Greenway. I personally really enjoy the Greenway for biking and walking with friends and really hope to see it continue. I have some more comments from constituents who want to see the Greenway trails funded. This was actually a really fun petition to do because everyone was really positive, like, "Oh yes, we'll sign. We love the Greenway." So Jennifer, who lives in 5 Points, says, "My son bikes the Greenway to school and to explore Athens. I love that it is safe but still an adventure. The Greenway boosts our quality of life immensely." Jungan on Woodgrove Drive in Commissioner Taylor's district says, "I would use the Greenway. It's currently confusing with it being incomplete." Greg on Ruth Street in Commissioner Thornton's district says, "I love the Greenway, and I think if it were more extensive, I would use it more just to get around Athens." Kate on Wood Valley Lane in Commissioner Fisher's district says, "The Middle Oconee Greenway would offer a nearby greenway with access to running and walking trails, nature, and ability to connect to other parts of the city. I would for sure enjoy the walkable access to Ben Burton Park and to explore Beach Haven." And Daniel, who lives in the Westwood Hills area in Commissioner Johnson's district, says, "I have MS, and getting out to walk when I can is extremely important for my health and well-being. I have to use a cane to ambulate, and having evenly paved walking trails is essential for me to be able to safely get out and walk. The other built-in safety feature is that these trails will be well used by our community, and if I were ever to fall or need assistance, I would feel very comfortable that there were enough people around me to be in a perfectly safe environment. I am lucky enough to still be able to get out and walk, to enjoy being out in nature, even if it is just a walking trail. However, there are plenty of people out there who, through various circumstances, are wheelchair-bound, and paved greenway trails are their only real option to safely and independently get outside and enjoy nature. These are just two small reasons why I fully support, enjoy, and would absolutely use future paved greenway trails." So, thank you guys. I won't keep you anymore. I appreciate your patience tonight. It's been a
Thank you,
long one.
Elise. Good evening.
Hey, I'm Taylor Worley from 424 North Chase Street. I'm also with Friends of the Greenway, and I'm here to encourage you to support continued progress of Athens Greenway by allocating at least 10% of T-SPLOST funds to our trail system. You know, we hear about the need for housing, but when it gets proposed, folks are always against it because of concerns about traffic. We heard a lot about that earlier tonight. I think investing in our bicycle pedestrian infrastructure can help us be more welcoming to our new neighbors. By facilitating safe walking and biking options, we can come to recognize residential development as opportunities for fellow Athenians. Rather than seeing them as competing cars, we can view them as people who also need housing and also want to participate in our community with us. For my wife and me, the Greenway offers a safe place to bike and exercise and socialize with our community. It's a place for bird watching with the Audubon Society and a place to enjoy native plants and wildflowers as they appear across the seasons. I'd also like to share what the Greenway means to some of our other citizens who signed our petition. Olivia from East Broad Street in Commissioner Wright's district says, trails mean connection to nature and other neighborhoods. I use the trails every day. Joshua on Hiawassee Avenue in Commissioner Link's district says, I currently loop in and around the Greenway and Firefly trails with my kids every single weekend on our feet and our bikes. We need this path to safely ride bikes away from cars. I know cars hate bikes, and they let me know almost every time I interact with them. Ms. Thompson in Riverbend Parkway in Commissioner Myers' district said, living in Riverbend Parkway neighborhood, we don't have sidewalks to use. It feels unsafe to walk and run around our neighborhood. We frequently use the Greenway as a safe place to walk and would appreciate having more trails to use. Matthew on Whippoorwill Circle in Commissioner Davenport's district said the roads in Athens are dangerous for cyclists and pedestrians, and having a paved greenway with connections to the city would make commuting on a bike much more safer. Jared on Orchard Creek Drive in Commissioner Culpepper's district said, trails connecting West and East Athens would be vital for my health and the health of my family. Please consider these bike paths as a priority for the well-being of Athens residents. These are overdue updates, and Athens is behind other similar U.S. cities in terms of biking access safely across town. Joe over in Forest Heights in Commissioner Fisher's district said, the Middle Oconee Greenway would be amazing. I would bike and walk and use my car a lot less. And Lindy over on Fortson Drive in Commissioner Hamby's district said, please complete the trail as proposed years ago. Thank you for your time, and y'all have a good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Worley. All right, everybody, thanks for coming to us tonight. Appreciate it very much. We're going to receive reports from myself, the manager, auditor, attorney, and commissioners, and then adjourn. Today's Giving Tuesday. You've got still 2 hours left. If you'd like to take some of that hard-earned cash and support the Friends of the Greenway or any other nonprofit entity out there across the land, I encourage you to do that. Also in the spirit of the recent holiday, just want to thank everybody in this community for doing such a good job holding on to each other. Had a great conversation with some friends at breakfast today about just what a wonderful place this is to live. And that's owed to every resident here and staff members of Athens-Clarke County, our wonderful business community, our nonprofits, our academics, our students. I can't imagine a better place on earth. I want to thank particularly the police department. They've had a couple of challenging incidents in recent weeks, but they followed up on those very expeditiously. I think indication to everybody that if you don't treat your neighbors well in Athens-Clarke County, you will be taken care of very quickly. So thank you for their hard work. I'm going to go ahead and turn to the manager, then auditor and attorney.
Nothing to report.
Nothing for the attorney.
Just quickly to share that both the Audit Committee and Peace Cub are in the process of working on their annual work plans, so I anticipate bringing those to you all in the next couple months.
Thank you. Start with Commissioner Thornton, and then we'll have Commissioner Davenport adjourn at the end.
I have nothing.
I just want to wish everyone a good holiday season. I want to thank everyone who came out and spoke tonight on all the various issues. I think that makes a big difference. Like the one gentleman who referred to, maybe this was his first time here, and seeing what kind of community action there is and input, and feeling like that gave him faith in democracy. That was really nice to hear. And I look forward to Thursday night, one of my favorite activities of being a county commissioner, getting to be in the parade with some of my colleagues leading off the parade. So hope to see everyone there. If you haven't been there, it is great fun. It is the best of our community is out on those streets. So come join us on Thursday.
I hope everybody has a great holiday. Go Dogs.
Yes.
Oh, hi. I wish everyone a wonderful holiday season, and I want to let everyone know that next Monday I'm hosting a town hall for a proposed development on the corner of Jefferson and Whitehead. The town hall will be from 5:30 to 7:30 at Firehouse Number 8. Snacks and whatnot would be provided. The developers are prepared to provide a very short presentation, and there will be people there to talk about the development. I want to thank Danielle in Code Enforcement. the Code Enforcement Division of the Building Inspection and Permitting Department. I walked in on a Friday a few weeks ago in just casual clothes, a hat even, and she recognized me. I was just looking for literature to take to put in my car when I go out into the neighborhoods to hand to people. And there was nothing that was still printed and available. And she came to the counter, she brought me back, and she printed a few things. But later on, she surprised me with a big envelope of pamphlets that I could keep in my car. So I wanted to thank her for that. Also, there's a neighborhood across the street from Bernie Harris, and I just wanted to start a conversation or just put it out there in the universe because I'm going to be asking about sidewalks for this neighborhood. It's across the street from the school, and there's another school, Monsignor Donovan, where kids in that neighborhood live, and they cannot walk to school. I just wanted to say that. And on the Wednesday before Thanksgiving, in District 6, I saw 4 young boys. If I had to guess, their ages were probably 9 to 12, and they were running so hard to catch a bus because it didn't come to their neighborhood. They didn't have a trail, they didn't have a rail, they didn't have anything. They were trying to catch the bus, and they were running through traffic, and it was so dangerous. And I just want to remind people what I care about, because I see that. And even the littlest one fell in the gravel right as he crossed into District 5 in front of the 5 Points bottle shop. But there was a bus waiting for him, so I was happy that they did. I just want to say I'm thankful for, the little things, and I'm happy to serve my community, and I hope everyone have a great Christmas. That's all. Thank you.
Well, I was also with the mayor this morning, was talking about our city, and and the one thing I said was, sometimes we don't tell our story, but all the great things that goes on in this community and why people move here and stay. I moved here 37 years ago, and I'm still here because this is home, and Athens has that type of attraction on folks. So I just want to echo that, and like I say, happy holidays. I do want to thank the University of Georgia for honoring me on the 21st of November with the Blue Key Service Award that they give out to people who have served their community in the state. I appreciate them considering me for the award. And the biggest thing was the number of students that are Blue Key or honorees, and over 70 students was inducted into the Blue Key Award. They're just amazing. And the young lady who's the president, and believe me, I knew her when she was 3 years old, and I did not recognize. She came up to me and said, "You remember when I was a little girl?" She's the president, so so I'm dating myself. I'm getting old, y'all. So, but anyway, I really enjoyed that and appreciate the honor that they bestowed upon me and for the people from around the state. I want to thank my colleagues for what we do, and I want to thank the Homewood Hill community for coming out tonight in full force and expressing their opinions about that development. And this is a democracy, and we can always agree to disagree, and that's okay. We always try to do what we think is best for our community, and sometimes when the community don't want things, they want what they want, and hopefully moving forward, we will come up with a plan or something valuable will come out of this thing, and we'll be able to develop that property. But I do want to thank that community for coming out, voicing their opinion about it, and I just appreciate everything that they provide to our community. So thank you, Mayor.
I want to wish everybody a happy holiday. We just started officially with the calorie consumption unlimited with Thanksgiving, and that leads right into our downtown parade of lights. The theme is cooking up a great holiday. And I know that Leisure Services puts in a lot of hard hours in planning, and we have additional lighting to go with the parade. So just everybody, Thursday, 7 o'clock it starts. Get on downtown, get yourself a spot, and enjoy this good time. And festive, and I hope it launches everybody into a safe holiday. And go Dogs.
I just want to say, I think the lights look great.
Yeah, right.
They're not all the way done yet, but
They're supposed to be done by Thursday, and, yep.
It's as bright as the lights in your office.
And that just,
Downtown Development Authority.
just so people know that the new lighting is coming from the Downtown Development Authority. It is sponsored by parking, not property tax. Just to be clear.
So happy holidays to everyone. I look forward to the parade. I'm riding on the trolley again. I feel like a superstar. But also, I want to shout out Asia Thomas for hosting the 4th annual city-wide prayer for the youth. I was able to read the proclamation and also pray for the law enforcement. So may they be blessed. Thank you, staff. Like, y'all job is not easy, and sometimes I'm very convicted because you guys are here all day, every day, and we only come on Tuesdays. And then we try to tell y'all what to do. So, thank you guys for always supporting this commission, even if we don't agree all the time. It's healthy dialect between us, and I can't see Andrew's face, but I know he agree with me. So that's all I have.
I want to wish everyone happy holidays as well, and I'm looking forward to Thursday night. We'll see you from the trolley and the sparkling lights. I think it's going to be a full moon too, so look out. I do want to follow up on my request for info on how we're going to spend the affordable housing money that we have in our fund, when we're going to start conversations about how to start allocating those funds. You know, we have our ARPA money that's trickling away, and we need to get proactive to see to it that we can provide as much affordable housing as possible as soon as possible.
All righty. So happy holidays, everybody. Happy New Year. You know, that's coming up too. 2025 has been a very interesting year, to say the least. Definitely thank all y'all staff. Y'all have been, the gray hairs are worth it, because I know we give y'all hell, but thank y'all. That's fire department, everybody, all the decision-making policymakers, staff, employees, thank y'all for all you do. Yes, we have a parade. I am going to beg Bob to bring back the fire truck. We'll have a discussion about the fire truck. That was so much more fun than this trolley that you got to.
It's too dangerous.
I know, but everybody else got, yeah. Anyway, just think about it. Think about the fire truck. Yeah. Oh, wow. And just a follow-up on the pay and compensation study. I know we're going to see it probably early or late spring, but just a heads up on where we are with that. A motion to adjourn.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you, everyone. Please have a lovely night.